hit record now.
Sounds good.
Oh, I should have thought about that. Oh well. How is everybody who hopped on while we were reminiscing about tequila and beer for breakfast and things? Alexis, Lori, how are you? I think we know how Kelly is.
Well, I'm eating frozen burritos right now, so I think that fits with the beer for breakfast general theme. So, pretty well.
I mean, frozen burritos sound delicious to me. I have been considering making my own tortillas so I can freeze my own burritos.
Mm. Yeah, it's like something about when you reheat a tortilla and it gets chewy. I'm a chewy eater, so I literally scrape out the insides and give that to the dogs. I just want the like chewy burrito with salsa and like sour cream, and then I give them the like beef out of it. If it was beans in there, I would eat it, but I'm not really that big on ground beef that doesn't look like ground beef. But yeah, so I'm doing that.
Yeah, I support not eating meat that doesn't look like meat. I think in general, that's a good idea.
It is, yeah. And I also like let them know ahead of time as if they comprehended it. I was like, this is kind of questionable meat, but if you guys want to eat it, I'm not going to stop you. And they're like, we don't give a shit, we're dogs. So.
Dogs will eat just about anything, except one of mine will eat every vegetable except for carrots. And it's very interesting because he'll like come beg if I have arugula or collards or anything.
Oh yeah, mine love greens.
I gave him a carrot.
Except for spinach.
I can't have spinach, but I think he used to like spinach.
Okay. Yeah, any other type of leaf, if I take it, they forget. They'll take cabbage, but they'll play with it. I think it's too like dense for them to want to chew, but they'll like play tag with a piece of cabbage. So I always have to go back after I cook and find where they deposited all the vegetables that they ended up playing with, but it helps me clean my house better, so.
That works. Mine eat cabbage, but it's always shredded because we're usually just making coleslaw with it. Putting it in, what are those things called, lumpia?
Oh, yummy, yeah. See, I didn't know about it until I moved to Pittsburgh, but a lot of people here eat haluski, and so it's like thickly shredded cabbage, so really just like huge strips of it cooked with onions and egg noodles, something like that. But lately I've just been eating cabbage by like the pound and being like, this is literally just water that's slightly crunchy, but okay.
Yeah, so I can't do Pennsylvania cooking. Like I just can't.
It's not.
And I need 30 grams of protein per meal right now, and I find myself like eating all of these vegetables, and then I'm like, fuck, there's no protein. Like now what do I do? Also, Pam, we have a Ninja air fryer thingy, and it is like the best money I think we have ever spent, ever, and anything. I don't know how the Pampered Chef one works, but it is amazing. And Alexis, I wanted to know about your air fryer anyway, so we can give her a minute while people are still hopping on. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Deborah. Okay. Then I guess we will get started. Does anybody have to leave early? I don't see any yeses, so I will assume not. Okay. Whoever's going first isn't black because I don't want to use black, so just move that over there. I feel like that's normally my color for sorting anyway. Okay, do we have volunteers? And since Shelby is not here, the questions are Kelly. Okay, great. Now, what are your big wins from the last month? What has shifted and where do you need support today? And Kelly's going to be blue.
Okay, I'm just writing down wins, shifts, support. So biggest wins, I'm going to share 3. Miko getting his stitches out and being back to his regularly scheduled self, much improved. We're so happy for him. And then other win, wrapping up my first feng shui shift challenge. I felt like the engagement was pretty good and fun. It drove a little bit after Miko got attacked, but mostly I think I gained a lot of information about what like hosting a challenge is like and engagement and momentum, and so that was cool. My third win, actually I'm going to give you 2 more because I like them both. My third win is definitely want to host my Feng Shui for Abundance Masterclass next week. So like, again, with the planning and momentum, that all feels successful so far. I'm a little bit stuck today, which I'll talk about in support. And then my fourth win was connecting a little bit with like Pam and potentially Neha, and then Anna said that she used to do project management. So I have outlets for scaling my design work into the future, so I can like have more support there, continue to serve people with that, because I know that it's a helpful service to people and I get sick of it doing it by myself. So like, I don't know, that's maybe a good shift, is feeling like instead of having to quit design and not doing it forever, I can bring in people so that we can all focus on our expertise, or at least I can like consult and tweak and just find a way. I've also been thinking potentially about like, I could teach people how to intuitively design and astro brand yourself. Like originally I was thinking you have to be a designer to kind of know how to do that, but maybe that's not true. Maybe I'm just putting limitations on it. That's neither here nor there for now. But then I think for support, I just wanted to talk about where I'm at for the masterclass next week. I feel like I'm getting stuck a little bit in my head on receiving payments, and also like just picking a day, because I'm trying to anchor in 46 people, which to me feels like a big number, but I like flipped through my book and picked 46. So that could either be 4 to 6 people, 10 people, or it can be 46 people, or it can be somewhere happily in the middle of 23 people. So I'm aiming to stick with the 46, which I realistically think could be 2 days of 23 people each. So I've like got in my Squarespace a payment that I need to add the graphics for, so people can either buy a Thursday or a Friday, but I can't tell if I'm overcomplicating things. So I'm going to create a Facebook page, event page, to promote it. I'm going to promote it in Facebook and on my Instagram. Anna's giving me some details so she can be like a bonus person for collaboration. And then I think I just need like to finalize all the details and either make a mini landing page or like accept payments via PayPal, or just do a 1-page Squarespace. But that's where I'm getting a little overthinking, is the technicality of receiving the payments and picking a day. Because a part of me wants to like ask people what day is good for you, what time, instead of just saying this is the time, show up, you know?
Okay. So first, I want to talk about the shift, because to me, I translated that as you allowing yourself to be a projector instead of you thinking you have to do it all or not do it at all.
Okay.
And it is the projectors are supposed to bring in people who are doing what they love and in their wheelhouse and guide them. Which,
Cool.
if you're bringing in people to do particular aspects and you are still, running the shots, that is exactly what you are doing. And you do not have to be trying to hold all the energy of all of the pieces of a full agency at once. As somebody who's done that as a management, I don't recommend that for anybody. As a management, it sort of worked until I got burned out, and it didn't. As a projector, it's just not a good idea. Okay. I also agree with Kathy about astro design yourself. I feel like that is a really cool thing. I am sure you could have some sort of, whether it's a workshop or maybe a workshop first, and then like a little, self-study course where you teach people what to look for in their astrology and maybe even in their human design, and how to pull that out into brand pieces or even like brand colors, whatever, and walk them through kind of like the fundamentals of building a brand associated with that. And that gives them like they get awareness of themselves, but they also come out of this with, something unique that matches their energy without having to come to, one-to-one work. And then the people who do need more can step into one-to-one work while needing less energy from you because they already have this place to start from.
That sounds great. And I do think that that's something I could also talk about in my one group, because I know I was thinking like, do I need a second design group? But yeah, that's kind of like a bridge for the design work to everybody else in my existing group. So I love that. Thank you, Kathy. And thank you, Kristen. Astro Design Yourself. I do think that that could be something that would take a fair amount of brain power for me to output, but would be very in service and successful and fun. So I'll have to sit with that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, support. What is the concern underneath getting the technicalities right? Because this isn't really about the technicalities. There's something else underneath it. So what is the real thing?
It's always, how do I make this easy? Because I have a tendency to overcomplicate. So the thing to me that is like my first brain thing is usually complicated. And so trying to pare down from the receiving end or whatever, like from my client end, what's the easiest way for you to just click a button and join? Like, I don't want to have people to jump through hoops. I don't want them to have to be like looking for the information somewhere else. I just want it to be, here's all the information, I pay, I get my email with my thing, I join, you know, like, and there's so many ways to do that that I just, when I think of one way, I think of ABC through Z modifications for every technological structure for receiving payments. And I don't even know why it has to be so difficult. Like, it could just be, it could be three things. It could be like a single landing page with a PayPal button. It could be a single page with my Squarespace button. Or it could even just be like a Facebook with an Eventbrite. But I've never done Eventbrite, so I don't want to do that. But I feel like that's an easy way for people to see it.
So if you want to go simplest, it could be a Facebook event page with a PayPal.me link.
So I was trying to figure that out. I have the PayPal me, and I've sent it to people so that they can put in the money, but I don't know how to do it so it's pre-filled out.
Just at the end of the link, do the slash and then the amount.
Really?
Yeah, it's lovely.
That's amazing. Okay, I'll try that. Okay, so Facebook event with a PayPal link. And then in terms of, should I just plan for one day, Thursday, and then see if there's additional, because I know you, for example, you were interested in, you said Friday works better for you.
Did I? I don't know. I don't remember what works better for me. Our schedule changes so often. I don't think it really matters now, as long as it's not a Tuesday and as long as it is after 12, since that is when I started working. I can look at my actual calendar for next week.
I was going to do both days at 1 p.m. Eastern, because that seems to be a universally friendly time for people to participate in things, and it's a 2-hour workshop.
Were I coming, I would come on Thursday and not Friday, because Friday I've blocked off a secret thing that I am creating, and I need to have it on my calendar before it gets angry and takes over my life and makes me create it in the middle of the night.
So maybe then I'll start with just offering for sale on Thursday, see how many people opt in, and if I have to open up another day, I can.
If you have to open up another day, I would do it another week, because at this point it's Friday. You're giving people basically no time.
Okay.
And when you say you want 46 people, that's a lot of people when, let's say you don't get everything out until Monday. That's not going to happen in 3 days. I mean, it could, but like, why are you setting yourself up to go into a spiral of like, well, I didn't get the 46 people? Well, because it's 3 days.
Well, and I'm not trying to set up the spiral, because I've also allowed myself to go down to 4 to 6 people. So I feel like even if 2 people signed up, I would feel successful.
Okay, well, one person is signing up because I'm signing up.
Yay!
Alexis is signing up. There's your table.
Yeah, thank you. So, okay, I'll start with Thursday. I'll wait to see if I need to do a second day at a later time and just focus on Thursday payment and promote.
I would put in the event that if you can't make Thursday, there will be a replay. We also may do a second rendition of this in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And you can, give them the invitation. Like, if you need the one in 2 weeks, you can message me and claim your spot.
I love that. Claim your spot now if that works better.
And that way, if somebody, I make my schedule a week in advance. If somebody is crazy like me and they don't have time for next week, then it's like, oh, okay, I have some breathing room and I'm not going to miss it. Because for me, it's like, if I don't show up live, I'm never watching the replay. Like,
right. And I was receiving a little bit mixed messages yesterday. A lot of them were like, you're ready, go for it. But then the other one was like, if you need to, don't force yourself. If you need a little extra time, people are not going to be impatient with you if you need to do it appropriately without rushing. So I'm feeling into it, making sure things don't feel forced or rushed or pressured. My plan is today to post all the details into the places and respond accordingly from there.
Okay. I will confess, as a projector, I would totally prefer you have everything mapped out before you even start promoting something.
Well, I have it mapped out, just not flushed out. I have all of my talking points.
Okay.
And that is another thing I'm struggling with a little bit. I thought this was a co-working call, but I can use it after now because I just need to pick points and not overcomplicate it and just make my post. So I think I'm in a really good spot if I can just focus my brain a little bit, but if not, 2 additional weeks is fine too.
2 weeks just gives you more time to talk about it. I'm going to, if you feel anything, that's just me, the pendulum real fast, so that if you are
because a part of me, I feel like I struggle sometimes with either pushing things out forever and ever and ever to the point where they never get done, or trying to push and force it to make it happen before it's ready. So it's like finding that happy birthing.
Alexis will tell you that we have this conversation probably like 4 times a month. I don't really recommend doing anything with just a week's amount of time, just because it's like, as Lori always says, the projectors have to get their damn shoes on. Like, are you giving people time to get their shoes on and then get on the energetic pathway and then go through the door?
My perspective, though, is not that this is a 1-week energetic pathway and that I've been nurturing people with the challenge for 5+ weeks.
Yeah. So I think that makes it better, and I think having 2 would be fine. Okay. But it's just like, I don't want you feeling like, oh, I have to do this now because I just did the challenge, right, and I don't want to lose the momentum.
Okay. That is my fear, is losing momentum continuously. I feel like.
So you can sell it now and still have it for 2 weeks from now, and you don't, sorry, there's something on my screen. And that's not going to lose momentum. They still can come in straight from the challenge. The event doesn't have to happen immediately. It's just the selling can be sooner.
So does that include to you picking a date and receiving payments, like selling?
That way you can receive money now. So hold on, I need a calendar.
This is a little confusing to me, like selling without picking a date, or like.
No, you could have a date. Let's just say the 28th or 29th, since that's, again, the Thursday and Friday, but 2 weeks from now. So if one of those dates was better, there's a whole lot in my astrology calendar, and I'm not going to pretend to try to look at that real fast. Let's just say you chose one of those dates. So you could promote it today and say, hey, we're opening this up. It's going to be on, maybe it's both days, maybe it's one day, whatever. You can claim your spot now. And, maybe if somebody claims immediately, you can give them, sorry, it's going to get loud because there's an annoying teenager. And his annoying Mustang that I hate very much. Oh, it's actually quiet. I'll be so happy when quarantine's over and he can take his ass back to college. And you can say, maybe if they come in a week, they get a free PDF or something. And it can be like a simple PDF where they take notes for the workshop. It doesn't have to be even like you're fully giving them something else. They can have a couple tips and areas for them to take notes and reflect on what they actually need to integrate for themselves and change for themselves. That can be the, hey, if you join in the first week, you get this. So there's still the incentive of join now and pay now, but you have 2 weeks to move forward.
Can you repeat that one more time? So if you can join now for my first week next week if you want to, or you can claim your spot for the second week.
So you could do it to where they're both in the second week. Give yourself full amount of space. But if you pay by next Thursday or next Friday, you get this bonus worksheet to help you, or like, workbook, whatever you want to call it, to help you focus on what needs to shift the most quickly in your room, house, whatever, to create abundance.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. And you think that, I know I already said this, and so you're probably going to say it's fine, but it's fine for me to, even though I already said it's going to be next week, it's fine to just push it out and give it a little more space and say,
if that's what it needs, yeah, it's totally fine.
No one's going to judge me.
If they're judging you, that means they're judging themselves and they have their own issues to go through.
I guess one other thing, thank you so much for giving me all this time, is that Anna said in her flow and schedule, not that she needs to participate in the workshop, so it maybe doesn't matter, but maybe I'm pressuring myself because she said for her cycle, next week is doable. So maybe I'm feeling like.
So have another conversation with her and see, does she want to be present at the workshop, or is her thing later? I don't entirely know what she's collaborating, so I can't really answer those questions.
She's really not going to be, well, I don't think she'll be presenting too much. I do need to confirm and clarify with her, but the intention is more for like everyone who attends can receive a consultation with her around crystals or whatever. And then there's going to be like an upsell or a VIP attendee thing. I think I need more time anyway, just to nail out those things, because she wants to offer a little crystal box, or for the VIP people, like specific crystals to anchor in their specific intentions that they've defined in the workshop. So her stuff is going to be after the fact anyway.
Mm-hmm. But they could benefit from having a little introduction to her, so it's not just let me pass you to this person over here.
Okay.
Talk to her and then post in the group and give us the update, and we can give you opinions on date. To me, it sounds like things are not anchored out fully, and you do best when you have all of the details before you start moving, and I don't want this to be like a reverse of your old pattern. So if I'm seeming like I'm coming down a little harder on the date, that's why I don't want you reverting.
Yeah. No, that's good. I appreciate the this. That's good. That's very helpful. Thank you so much for talking it through with me. I'll definitely touch base with Anna and then follow up in the group for further discussion with y'all.
Okay. Let me mark that in a different color. Can we have updates by Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then we shall return to this.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll ground you again, and then you can co-work. Do we have a volunteer to go next? Do I get to call on people? All right. Pam, you're in my top left corner, so.
Yeah, I didn't plan on getting coaching today. I was just going to be here for support.
Okay. If you don't want it, you don't have to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything that I really need support on.
I'll let you ponder. We can come back to you. And then if you think of something today, you can go today. And if not, you can go next time. Okay. I'll make a note on my main page real fast, though. Pam, purple. Okay. I'm just going to go around circle. So Megan, hi. You're muted.
Hello for the second time. I forgot I was muted.
It's okay.
Wonderful. For big wins, I'd say there's lots of big wins. I started running consistently again, which has been amazing. My body really needs it. I feel like it helps me. I get a lot of lymph stagnation, so I feel like it just like, whew, yeah. And all of the anger that builds up, it just like, now that I'm not climbing with COVID, although I can start climbing again now, that's usually my anger outlet is climbing, because I can just like try really hard and then everything releases. But so running has been that, so that's been really good. Another big win has been like, so me and my husband put our house up for sale because we have this town we want to move to, and like everything seemed like it was like lining up perfectly, and we're like, ooh, we're gonna seize the opportunity. And then the opportunity kind of like fell through, and then our house was getting all of these visitors, and we had an offer, and we're like, hold on a second, we don't have a job like to go to or a home to move into, so what are we doing? So the win is that we didn't force ourselves to just like stay with the plan, and we took our house off the market and we talked to our realtor, and so that feels really good for me, because that was making me feel quite ungrounded during my launch. So that was a win, is just like pivoting and yeah, not feeling forced to follow through with things if it's not necessary. Another big win is that the Nourish Your Divine Light Challenge went really well, and there was quite a bit of engagement, and I got a lot of feedback from women that like the chanting was really helpful for them, and that they were experiencing like shifts and breakthroughs, which was really cool. And then another win is that I have 2 people into Gold right now, like a goddess. So that's a big win. One of them is on scholarship, so that's exciting to offer a scholarship. And then another one is Deborah, so that's exciting. I'm really excited that she's in. Yay.
Question real fast.
Mm-hmm.
The people who responded to you with the positive feedback of these shifts, have you reached out to them all personally to like just continue that conversation and then see like where do they still need shifts and where's the disconnect?
I haven't. No, I'll write that down though.
I mean, they've already kind of opened the door, so they may just need guidance to, okay, like I've had this transformation, what more is possible? Mm-hmm. So if you can kind of like, thanks for giving me your feedback, I loved it, what else do you feel like, or what do you feel like is the next step, or what else do you feel like needs to shift for you to reach the intentions or the goals that you want and get that clarity from them? Because there may be something that maybe you just need to talk about in your messaging, or maybe you just need to take them through the whole journey and walk them hand by hand into the offer.
I kind of feel like that's what I have to do. And that was going to be kind of where I was going to ask for some support. So I don't know if you want me to shift into that now or just ask again in a minute.
Give us shifts first and then we can, sorry.
Okay.
I guess I'm manifesting. I'm the one jumping ahead.
Yeah, that's really good feedback though. Because that totally feeds into one of my questions that I need with support. But what has shifted? I had a really empowering realization last night. I actually did, on Kristen's recommendation, I went back to Shelby's Boost Your Biz bundle and I did the grounding meditation. And like the roots, like that was really powerful. So thank you, Shelby, for that, and Kristen for the recommendation. And I had this really empowering realization that about my money story, that I intrinsically feel really supported by money and feel really supported by like divine and source. And I trust that I will always be supported no matter what. But I realized that I don't trust that my business will support me and that it will support me consistently and regularly. So I was really happy to have that because I've been really curious. Like I've been noticing that my financial situation is really stable and the money's coming in and I feel really supported. And I'm like, but this is so weird because the money's not coming in, like it was coming in through my business. And then it just kind of like stopped coming in consistently and regularly. And so like, what in the world is going on there? But there's still money coming in and I'm still totally supported. So Having that realization was really empowering, because now in my morning prayer work, when I'm like speaking things aloud, I'm inviting in prayers of like, I trust that I'm supported by my business. I trust that the money's coming in regularly and consistently through my business. So that felt like a really big shift, because there's just been like this curiosity in my mind of like, why is it like, what's going on here? So to just kind of like pinpoint that has been really helpful for me. Yeah.
Does your business feel supported by you?
I don't know. I'd probably have to get into my womb space to answer that question, honestly.
Okay. Ponder that. Come back to it. It is a two-way street. It's hard for your business to support you if it doesn't feel supported.
Yeah, that's a good question. Because that's really good. When I was tapping into the roots of my business at first, I was noticing that the roots, they were very deep, and they were not super thick, and they were very close together, and they needed spaciousness. Like it was almost like kind of suffocating. So it like, they spread out and they got thicker and they grew in deeper. So I don't know, maybe my business, I actually, as you asked that, I feel like something that I tuned into last night for my business was that it was feeling like it was too tightly bound and it wanted to expand. Like maybe I was trying to define things too much, and there was like this experience of like just spaciousness and opening up that wanted to happen from my business. That's not necessarily has anything to do with me. Like it just wanted to be able to like expand and like kind of inform me of the way it needs to go, versus me informing it and creating boxes of what needs to happen.
Which is not that unusual. We tend to see, this is what we want, this is what we're headed to, and our business sometimes has very different ideas, and it's fascinating to, and sometimes horrifying and terrifying to realize them. But yes, maybe like Kelly said, maybe you're growing out of your current container and the pot needs to be replanted and something bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a really good analogy. Repotted. I think Deborah used that analogy recently too. That's coming back. Yeah. So that's definitely a shift. And I feel like because there's like this whole part of me that I was leaving out of my business, I was really focusing on like the priestess side of things and like goddess. And I was leaving out a whole lot of yoga and tantric practices, which are things that I've been training in for a long time. And they're just like kind of part of how I see the world. So it was almost like I felt like I was kind of leaving things out because I didn't know how to combine everything. So I feel like there's this spaciousness that wants to incorporate more of who I am and what I can offer into packages, versus like trying to keep them maybe what I've seen other people doing.
So you are not other people. You're a manifester. You're not supposed to lead the way. You're not supposed to copycat. Like, you are who is supposed to inspire us and make us think, oh, damn, we could do this differently. If you are keeping yourself in a box, we don't get that inspiration and we don't get what we need from you, which means we don't respond, which can be we don't come into offers. So my question, this doesn't have to be something that you answer now, but I think we can all think about this. If we are the priestess of our business, what aspects of ourselves need to be encompassed? Because being a priestess doesn't mean we just show up and we're all serious. It means that we encompass all of our gifts and release them to the world. So what are these gifts that you are actually supposed to share?
Yeah. One that became kind of illuminated to me was mantra. Like people were really responding to that when I was like when I was offering the teachings and I was sharing about it and I was doing the challenge. Like a lot of people, of all of the posts I did, like that received the most shares and the most responses and the most likes and the most like ahas kind of moments is when I was like talking about what mantra is and kind of like expanding people's view a little bit about how to invite it into their lives. And that's where I got the most response of people like emailing me and saying that the mantra was super helpful for them. And then when I did the challenge, I had somebody who, because we met on live on Zoom, and I think there was consistently the same 3 women who came all 5 days. And at the last day, one of them was like, can we keep doing this? Like, I want to keep doing this. So that really got me thinking, like somehow incorporating more like mantra challenges, or because I feel like I'm learning that I really have that drive and willpower that gets people to commit to challenges of things that they like intend to do and want to do, but they just never follow through on it. But I was finding that people that like my energy was like pulling them in to get this challenge started. And then they were like, oh, I want to keep doing this in my life because it was so helpful. And the amount of feedback that I got of people being like, oh, I'm going to keep going with the mantra and I'm just going to do this practice, and almost kind of insinuating that they felt like they didn't need to go further and into gold like a goddess. And maybe it's because where they were wanting support is like continuing to have more of like mantra or different yogic practices that I could create. So there's definitely something with maybe having more challenges where people are in my energy and I'm kind of helping them to learn about and guiding and facilitating these practices that can seem really esoteric and hard for people to like kind of understand. So I don't know if that's something. I feel like yoga somehow wants to be more incorporated into my online work, because I've decided that I'm probably not going to be super consistent with in-person stuff as much. I've realized about myself, I really do not like teaching weekly drop-in classes.
Is it that, or is it that you don't like teaching generic yoga?
Yes, I can't stand that. And I also don't like I like teaching when people are engaged and like open to it, but the town that I live in, the people who are engaged and like it, like they stay home and do their own practice. And the people that generally come to the classes, it's just a very different, I have a really hard time meeting the students where they're at, because where I want to be and where they're at are very different places. And I don't feel inspired to teach that style of yoga.
But it's also, of course you can't meet them where they're at when you're only offering them what you don't want to do. So you're only calling in the wrong clients.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with not wanting to work with, let's just call them like beginners. There's nothing wrong with that. You just want to work with people who already know some of the basics and are ready to incorporate more things into it. But nobody in town knows to expect that from you because you've only been offering the set styles, or mostly only been offering the set styles. So, things to ponder there. So with the mantra, it does sound like that needs to come in, mantra and yoga. You could think about what are ways that you could highlight mantra more and into gold. Maybe you have a flash sale where everybody who's come in already and everybody who comes in, within the next 3 days. I normally don't like that short of flash sales, but you're a manifester, so you do whatever the fuck you want. But where they get a, additional guidance. Maybe it's maybe they receive a really short mantra recording, a 7-day recording from you to help them open up to receive, or, something. And you can give them instructions on how to keep repeating it and how to mix it up if they need to or whatever. But that way they continue getting the mantra support. They get everything else of into gold, and then they're even more prepped for the next thing, because there is more yoga and mantra and that, and you're keeping them riding the pathway so that if they need the full thing, they're going to be more ready for it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. So then where I was needing support is kind of related to this, but one was navigating sales conversations and also recognizing when I'm in one, because sometimes people just reach out and email me and they're like, I'm really inspired by your work. Like, what is, or they, like this woman reached out and just was saying that I keep showing up on her newsfeed and she really likes what I'm doing. And she asked me where I got the inspiration for Into Gold. So like, is that just her reaching out and saying she's really inspired, or does that somehow get pivoted into talking about a sales conversation too? Because I've realized I've called somehow a lot of people into my field where they'll privately reach out to me and they'll say that I'm really inspiring them, or they really like what I'm doing and they love the gifts that I'm offering and they really hope that women step in and pay for my offerings. So it's like all of these people who are recognizing that they like my work and they think it's really valuable, but they don't want to pay for it, is kind of like the vibe.
Okay, so part of that is, since inspiring, I did a live or a post or something on that, because somebody had that issue with spellbinding last time, so I think I did something public on it. If not, I'm sure I can find whatever I created privately. Maybe it's in the old spellbinding sales. But first, since you're a manifester, they need to understand how that is a part of your natural gift and that it goes further than that. And you don't necessarily have to be fully showy, because that's not you, but you can talk about, like, oh, I've been learning my human design, and part of what I'm here to do is to inspire you and to help you get the momentum that you need to move forward. So if you have felt inspired by a post or by a challenge or, something, know that the energy is there for you to keep going further. I suspect that just most of the people who come to you need their hand held a little bit because they're lost and they need the direction. So that one person can't entirely tell whether it's a sales call, but it's like, okay, you talk about, I was inspired to create this because I keep seeing women who are in this place and they have this problem and they're struggling. And I know that doing this practice will help them, blah, 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 clear the energy, shift to this and lay it out. And then, what about that resonated? What about, the program resonated with you? Why is it intriguing you? And maybe it's intriguing them because they want to collaborate. Maybe it's intriguing them because they want to come in. But that gives a clear, like, you're kind of pitching it without pitching it.
Okay.
They understand who it's for, what it's about. And then they can figure out, okay, I've felt intrigued because I want to collaborate. Here's what I want to say. Or I feel intrigued because I want to come in it. They can ask the questions and keep going from there.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because that kind of like fits in with the informing piece of just, it kind of gives me the invitation to talk about it and then inform about it without selling, really, or being blatantly selling, because that's something I don't really do. I don't really talk about things, but sometimes I just don't recognize when I can ask questions. Like, so for instance, there's another lady who she applied for the scholarship and didn't get it, but she really wanted to be in the program. So I followed up with her and she said she loves the program. She wants me to tell her when it's operating again, but there's like money stuff right now. And instead of kind of like asking her questions about moving it forward, I just kind of like accepted that, and it almost like closes off the conversation. So I guess I think sometimes I need to be able to recognize when I'm actually helping to kind of coach them through to see more possibility, instead of just kind of accepting things, because I always like to really value and honor what somebody's saying, and then I just accept it. And then after, I'm like, oh man, I totally, it would have been helpful if I could have just asked some of these questions to try to direct this conversation in a different way.
You can go back and ask those questions. The conversation didn't die. Assuming the person's still alive, which I think you would probably tell me that if she wasn't. Yes, to what Shelby said, I mean, like, everybody's feeling collective overwhelm and apprehension, but also when you're talking about money, depending on like what tier, these are probably groundwork or core clients coming in. I'm kind of leaning groundwork. They need a little bit of coaching to feel safe to shift out of wherever they're at. And they're likely in the place. Alexis asked if they know they have a problem. I'm wondering, are they in that place where they know they want something to change, but they don't know what needs to change?
Yeah.
Because if so, you're going to get them reaching out, but they don't know what they need next, so they can't go any further, and your job is to lead them to what they need.
Sorry, I'm going to insert real fast. That was the thought that keeps popping into my head. English is really difficult right now. It feels like there are dots to connect between people loving your mantra work and like telling you that you're so inspirational, and you being able to inform them how that work can continue into Gold Like a Goddess, and how using mantra can whatever, you know the things, it's your stuff. But I feel like that's a really big opportunity for you to start talking about publicly or privately one-to-one to those people from your challenge about how mantra and this program connect, or how they could use mantra to fulfill their goals or whatever. But I feel like that's a big opportunity for you.
Awesome. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. And I think it's like, I always feel like I can't reach out to people unless they've reached out to me. So
Hi, you are like you, Kathy, and no other manifestors here. You are the people who are allowed to do all these things. Nobody else. You other people wait for a response, wait for an invitation. You guys just fucking reach out to people.
Okay.
If you feel inspired to reach out to somebody, reach out to somebody. There's a reason why you're feeling that inspiration, and honor the energy instead of fighting it, which I know right now is a deconditioning thing of you're used to behaving in a particular way, but this is your freedom to, and you can always like ask in the group, Vox me, whatever. But when you get the little nudges and the inspiration, instead of sitting on it and wondering, do I have the okay to do this? I'm a manifester. Is this aligned for me? Do I truly feel inspired? You may need to ask, why do I feel inspired, to make sure it's not fear or ego or anything else, and then just go do it.
You can also ask those questions of the people who come to you and are like, I feel so inspired by what you shared, and you could ask them, what about that was so inspiring to you, and then use their answer to connect your dots to your program.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes so much sense. And I think because I'm not used to because I didn't do a lot of hand holding, and I don't understand how to provide hand holding for other people. So sometimes I don't recognize that that's like, I'm just like, this is here. So just like, what, why aren't you doing it?
I think Lori and I were talking about that a little bit. It's like knowing how to recognize that energetic invitation rather than people explicitly saying to you, sell to me now. It's like you have to feel into when they're energetically like excited, and then that's the cue to start to sell, I think.
And this is for everyone. I mean, selling isn't like all of a sudden you have to go put your selling mask on or your selling, super cape on. It's just talking about what you do and, doing that according to your own energy. So for, Kathy and Megan, just go informed. Just tell us what you were doing, why you were doing it, why you're excited about it, what it can do for us, and think about as many fun ways as you can to do that. For the Mani-Gens and the generators, just responding to like, what are you seeing people doing wrong? What are you wishing that people will change? Kelly and Lori, Shelby, what are people asking you questions about, and how can you help them with it? And it's just having conversation. It doesn't have to be I need to go think about how to make this a sales conversation, or I need to think about how to make this a sales post. It's just talking. Like, all we're doing is communicating with people and sharing what we do, and it's just that getting vulnerable and sharing what we do. It doesn't have to be as like, let's go through this door and now we're in a sales conversation. So I don't know if that makes it easier for anyone, but you guys can report back later, since I'm just getting nods and smiles.
It comes back to what you've said a lot before about service. Just like, how is what I'm making serving these people? What is the service. Like, what is the thing that, like, for me, it's design. I can't get away from it because people need that service, you know? And so I have to like embrace and talk and share.
But it's not just design. Like this is the thing, like you're selling yourself short. It's not just design. It is design that's aligned with people's energy.
Yeah.
And that's what makes what you do so powerful. That is the service.
Yeah.
No.
The
We
value.
get things that are aligned with our energy and support our energy. So it is the getting really clear on how are you serving and how can you talk about it in a way where people need it. And there's your projector dose of appreciation, Kelly.
Can I say something, since I was quote unquote sold to? So from my perspective, the story was, I mean, because Megan had posted the sales page for Into Gold, and I just actually was just checking up on it because I was like, I wanted to see where it had gone from. And then I was reading it, and like the kind of like what would happen with spellbinding sales, like the first sentence was, that's me. So, and I don't remember that from the last iteration. So I was like, yeah, like I reached out, I was like, yeah, like to give feedback, but then to just be like, that's me. But then like my money flow issues, well, not issues, just I got paid today, but she had followed up like really naturally and said like, hey, like just want to make sure that you, like, I know that you're interested, I just want to make sure that you want to like get in on the before the deadline, before prices go up. And in my Capricorn brain, like I'm very goal oriented, and it's usually like there's only one pathway. So I'm just like, well, I want to pay in full, so I'm just gonna wait till Friday. I don't care if I like 33% more, like, which is kind of ridiculous because that is not good math for what she's offered. So I just kept looking at it, and I was like, why is this not like making sense? So I'm like, oh, I can pay this part. Like I could do one of the other payment plans, and that was such a natural conversation. It did not feel pushy, did not feel, it just felt like someone's looking out for me, knew I was interested. And then I was like, oh yeah, like I went back and like signed up. So at least I know, like I mean, part of that is your copy, part of that is the energy behind your copy that connected with me. So that already did the work, in my opinion. So for me, but the follow-up part, I think, and I don't think it sealed the deal, but just reminded me of just other stuff dealing with abundance. Like, at least the lesson for me was like, I don't need to just go through this one path, because it's good to be goal oriented, but sometimes it's good to be like, oh, I can go through this door and still get in, instead of being like, I'm only looking at this door and it only opens on Friday in my head, and that's what works. But anyway, like from my perspective as someone who is now going to be a client, like I think that's something that you did well, that didn't feel weird or like unbecoming, because like compared to someone I've been sort of colleagues with, and she had a group, and it always feels like she's selling to people, and it just, I left like within like a few minutes, and then she like followed up with me, and it always felt like, hey, I still want to like work with you, but it just didn't feel organic. And like we have conversations, and I'm just like, it just feels energetically gross, because she's just trying so hard, and it's not about like providing value or just being present. So at least to compare those two experiences that I've been through recently, I just wanted to give that feedback because I'm one of the people. So yeah.
Thank you for providing that feedback. And actually, your initial feedback of how like my sales page changed, and you could tell that I had done a lot of energy work, was really helpful for me to know, like, yay, all of this like client clarity work that I'm doing and all of this energetic soul of biz work is doing something. So that was really helpful. And also to know that me following up to inform you about the discount ending also didn't feel like it was well received. That gives me more confidence to do that, because I always have a fear of like, are they going to think I'm being pushy? Because I know that I'm not intending to be pushy, because my intention is always like, I want people to get the most amount of value that they can possibly get. And I always fear that people won't be able to see that coming through, and they'll just be like, oh my God, she's being salesy. So I can like rewrite
Well,
that.
you said that. You literally said that. So
Yeah.
you're like, hey, I want you to make sure you get a good deal. So again, it felt like that consideration care didn't feel like I'm trying to push an agenda. It's like, I already know you're interested, but like it just took like a minute for me to be like, oh right, like there is another way. There are a couple of ways actually, and I could still benefit. So yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. I have like kind of one question for navigating like a current sale conversation. So
Pause for a second.
yeah.
Can I reflect on what I got out of what Deborah said really fast, just to make sure that all the bullets are picked up by everybody? Because I think more than just you can benefit from this. Okay, so the big things that I got were, she felt seen and understood by your copy and by your energy. So she knew that you understood where she was at and where she wanted to go. And then with the follow-up, she was being guided to what was right for her. And so she knew it was from a place of service. And then you were helping her take the blinders off and see things differently. So it's, can we reflect on those points while being in conversation with other people? How can you make sure that they feel seen and they feel understood, and that they know that you're seeing them as a human being, you're seeing them as somebody to serve, and not just, a Stripe notification? And then how do they need to be guided? Because as a manifestor, you don't need to be guided quite as much as other people. But if they know that they are, that there are options, but they don't know what is going to best take them to changing their money story, what guidance do they need to get them there? And it could be like Deborah, they just need a guidance figuring out what plan is right for them. Or, seeing things differently. Where do they have like their blinders and their rules of this is the only way this can happen, and how can you help them remove that? Okay. You can move on to your question now.
Yeah. With this kind of conversation I'm in right now with somebody who's really interested, wants to know about when it happens in the future. And then kind of at the end of our conversation, she was saying that she wants to do this free 9-day Mary Magdalene journey with Kaya Ra that's going on. And she's like saying that she thinks she should focus her energy there. And so like my initial thought is, okay, it's like the following gift series thing doesn't really get you to where you want to be. You know what I mean? Because like that's kind of what it is. It's like she wants to be in this course, but she's not going to step into it because there's a money involved. So then she sees another course that's free, so she will go into that way. So I guess I just am wondering, usually what I would do in the past is like I'd have these impulses of like what I genuinely think would be a better service would be to follow this one pathway. And I usually would just not say anything and just be like, oh, cool, that sounds really awesome. Like, end of discussion. But I feel like I want to be bolder and like actually share what I think versus being afraid of saying the wrong thing and having her leave my energy. So just wondering like how I can do that while helping her to take the blinders off a little bit of just providing a little bit more possibility from my perspective. It doesn't have to be the way, but just from what I'm seeing for her, and to do it in a way that really honors what her thought is as well.
So part of this, I think you could do a public post on why, solely getting free guidance isn't going to get you where you want to be. And you can explore that. With this person, you could reach back out and say, I've really been reflecting on our conversation. What are your intentions of what specifically do you want to shift? And, what are they? And you can, say that, so I can better create content, et cetera, if you want, or just ask. And then after she tells you, there can be a, would you feel comfortable if I tell you about what I think can best, get you there? And often people want to hear that, because if they're seeing you as the expert, then that takes some of the weight off them of like, oh, will I make the wrong decision? If you're saying, this is what I think is going to serve you the most. And, it's something that I do a lot, and it's not, you don't always direct people to the most expensive option, because it's not always what's going to serve them. You direct them to what's going to get them to where they need to be. And sometimes that's you, sometimes that's somebody else, sometimes that's a freebie you have. But if you have this thing is what's going to serve you and I know why, they should know that.
Okay. Sounds good. Yes. And I kind of have some of those answers already, because she, as part of the application process, it was saying like why you want to apply for it. So then I definitely have seen like what she was wanting to get out of the program at least. But I guess I could ask her again too, just in terms of generally.
Or you could ask her about like a specific piece of it, just to make sure that you understood it properly. If there is like one little thing where, or maybe you think she needs to go deeper there, you could ask about that. If you have a lot of information, you can go a little more specific rather than general. I can't speak to it since I don't have it, but there is likely something there that you could dig out as a piece to look at a little more closely. And then, get her perspective before asking, would it be helpful if I share what I see as that could be a, really powerful path to get you to where you want to be.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. And then like with the other people who are reaching out during the challenge, I can just follow up with them and
ask them how they're feeling now, what they've noticed that shifted. That way you're starting with having them reflect on what they've integrated and reminding them of like, hey, you did this free thing, something shifted for you. Imagine what could happen if you didn't stop there. But once they've, had that conversation and things have integrated, then you can start leading them into like, well, what else needs to change? What else would you like to shift? What would you like to shift next? And if it feels aligned, if it feels like it's somebody who, it's right for, you can then ask that same question and say, whatever you feel like is going to be right for them, they may ask naturally for themselves during that. I find that a lot of people do, because they want your input. You are the expert. They want to know what you see as being the best path moving forward for them. And that's part of leading people and guiding them.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. I will.
How does this feel for you?
All of doing this? Or
yes. Sure.
Like following up with people, it feels uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. I've done it in the past and I am doing it. So it's like something that I'm willing to do, but I would be lying if I said that I was like, ooh, this feels easy. Definitely doesn't feel easy. But that's just kind of who I've always been. I've not really been one who reaches out to people often. Like I kind of stay in my bubble a lot. And I'm a very introverted person. And I usually like for people to invite me to engage with them. So it's uncomfortable for me to not receive an invitation and to do it. But I guess it's part of my design that I don't need that invitation. So it's just
had the invitation.
My value and confidence.
You've already had the invitation. You just didn't open the door immediately.
Yeah.
So does that help if you think about, hey, this person wanted more support and now I'm ready to give it to them?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, keep us posted.
Okay. Sounds good. And I see there's a lot of comments that I wasn't reading. So thank you everyone for your comments. I'll have a read of them.
I'll give you a second in case you need to respond to anybody.
Okay. I have a hard time multi-focusing on what you're saying and what people are writing at the same time. And so Kathy, you said something up here about, I find that I have left things out because they're just so much a part of my worldview. that I forget others might need to be filled in. Maybe that also is a part of it with the Tantra and yoga. Can you elaborate a little bit? Because that sounds really interesting.
Well, it's something I've been thinking about off and on for myself, that my own worldview is very polytheistic and goddess focused and earth based in terms of, following the wheel of the year and growing cycles and all that. And it informs how I think about myself and what I do and how I plan. And it also, something as simple as, now of course I can't think of a good example, but I just seeing things as part of a cycle is just so basic to who I am and what I think about and how I look at what a client might be going through. It's like, okay, how is this thing right now that you're going through? Okay, I'll use an example of myself. I have a weight loss coach, and we were talking recently about how anxious I feel going to the grocery store and my need. I spent almost $1,000 in like one afternoon between two grocery stores because I was so freaked out about what if we can never leave and what if all the food runs out, and this was before the real supply crunches. And we looked at some past life things, and it's just somehow part of this eternal cycle I seem to go through of being in a position of scarcity, like standing in line after World War II or dying in a famine, scarcity. And that's what I look at with my clients too. How is your thing tied into all the other cycles that you've gone through and all the other patterns? What part of the thread are you working with, or what part of the, loom? And it's just so basic for me to think about that and to analyze things as, how does it fit, that I don't necessarily think about telling people, well, of course I'm a, pagan witch here with many past lifetimes, and I want to talk about yours. And I just went a long time without mentioning that. And now I get all knotted up about how to bring it up because it seems big and huge. And, maybe you know what I mean. It's just, the pattern is so basic to me that it's like, I don't even see it.
Mm.
And I forget that other people don't necessarily think like that, or they may never have thought about that. And they may hear, well, maybe this is part of a past life thing. And they're like, what do you mean? Past lives? Are those real? And that's a whole other discussion. But, it's just even the basic thing about, we all have cycles of activity and dormancy. And of course we do, because the moon waxes and wanes, and trees are, plants grow, give fruit, and die and come back in the spring. It's just, again, pretty basic. And I forget that a lot of people have never thought about it or believed it and didn't know anyone else thought about it. And I think that's another reason that, I don't know, maybe I'm not attracting some of the more entry-level clients who would be good to grow with me, because I'm just not hitting them where they are now. Of course, that's another discussion. But anyway, I hope this has helped. I've kind of rambled, but it's just, yeah, I just see, I'm just realizing that I've been around people who think like me and have my own, this outside the mainstream worldview for so long that I forget it is outside the mainstream, and to call to people who are on the fringes of it and might really be helped by these kinds of teachings. I need to remember that, it is still a little outside the mainstream, and maybe I need to explain myself better.
Yeah, that helps. I think just in hearing you speak into that, I'm like, yeah, that's definitely what goes on with me with any of the priestess work or any of the yoga or tantras. I just kind of, it's so second nature to me that I forget what it was like when I didn't know these things, or I didn't embody these things or experience these things. So yeah, that connection piece, I think it's just connection piece for me is like, I have a hard time connecting with people where they are. So.
Yeah. And I've been told in the past that I'm doing that. And, you know, like one person put it as, you know, that basically I was trying to sell them scuba gear when really all they wanted were some flip-flops so they could kind of wade at the edge of the beach. They didn't know the really cool stuff was out deep yet.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. That's great. Thank you. I'm just going to read the other comments. Few. Yeah, there are other people who want to work with beginners, Pam, and are super talented at that. I think I recognize that that's not quite my niche. And then Alexa says, do your people know they have a problem? I think a lot of them don't recognize, or like they recognize that they do, but they're okay, or they think they're okay in the situation because they might not know what it's like to live any other way, or they haven't had an experience where they've gone through some type of transformational process where they've gotten to see a more expansive way of being.
So your job is to educate them on it can be different. This is why things can be different. This is what needs to change to make it different. Because not everybody will always have the awareness that they have the problem, but they know that they usually know there's something that they want that they're not getting. So we have to connect the dots between you are here, here's the thing that you want, this is why you're not getting it. And sometimes it can be really, precise of this is the thing you've been missing, or, but how can you make it clear to them that they have a problem and it can change? I don't necessarily want you to focus on the problem, but it's like where you're at can change. There can be a transformation.
Yeah, I think that's what I've been kind of currently focusing on in a lot of my posts and a lot of my live streams right now is like trying to show that there's a different way and trying to expand views. And I have been highlighting a lot of like the different problems that get in the way of transformation, or like the fear of change. And so I've been writing quite a bit of posts like that lately.
Okay.
I can't remember where I am now. There we go. Everyone tells me so you're inspirational. Oh, the one where everyone tells you that you're so inspirational but doesn't work with you. Is that an Instagram post?
That
Kelly?
was the post I did that Kelly was remembering.
Oh,
she was very
okay.
kind and found it for us.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Okay, and while she's looking, do we have a volunteer to go next? So I can get a pen? Lori, okay.
Does that work with your colors?
I don't know what color you are today.
I don't know what color I've ever been.
I think it changes.
Oh, okay.
Only Pam and Alexis and Shelby have colors that do not change.
What, purple and pink?
Yes,
No.
everybody else. Okay, you are teal.
I can do teal. Ooh. All right, you ready for all the words?
Yeah, are you done, Megan?
Yeah, I'm curious what color I was though, if that.
I don't actually know what to call it. It's like a pinkish red.
It looks like the apple red.
Magenta.
Yeah, it's not quite like magenta on the page, but it's not, because like the red is like crimson, and that felt too heavy. Like it's bright red, I guess. But
what about me?
Yeah, we'll just go with what Kelly says.
What was I? Was I blue?
You were blue. Right? Yes. Yes, you were dark blue. I just realized I don't have green in here. Oh well. Nobody can be green today. Sorry. Okay, Lori.
Okay. Teal. So my wins are I'm getting more recognition in conversations of just like impacts. Some of them were situations where they sort of had to share out, but what I heard was surprising. So for example, I was in a messenger mastermind that ended last week, and we had to do like a share out. So the other two women shared things that were just deeper than I thought. So like that was nice. And I've gotten, last night I received an invitation to have a newsletter. So there's that as like and the words were directly like, you need to reach more people. Here's a way I feel like you could do it, and keep me posted, and words like that. So I was like, oh, I just talked to Kelly this morning about noticing energetic invitations. Let me underline this as one. And then Kelly also helped me have a in providing ESC word for my clarifications and synchronicities, which you gave me an invitation a while ago to teach on. So they're now synclarities. And so I also then had a invitation to do a workshop on that from a friend in yoga class. I recently announced my niche, and I was approved to do a workshop for out of school time providers at the end of the month. And that was actually like the first workshop I ever did was there. So it's sort of like a full circle-esque thing. So those are my wins.
Those are exciting.
Shifts. So I've been having I used the word receptivity, but I didn't know what to use during meditation. So this week I've done probably too many of the quantum cell videos. I think I did 3 days in a row, just not realizing it. So I did 5 twice, and then the 6th one yesterday. But I've been noticing more things each time. So I started seeing faces, and I actually didn't realize at first because I usually get flashes of images randomly, but I realized it was just actually there as if it was just someone chilling looking. And I was like, oh shit, someone's been looking at me for 30 seconds, and I had really not noticed because it wasn't a flash. And that was another woman in my yoga teacher training. For her, I actually already told Kelsey, I saw her yesterday. It was a picture of her like doing the whole like I'm at the beach as cans, but like I saw it and I was like, oh, I know that's Kelsey. So I creeped on her page and saw a picture that was like that, but facing the other way. And I was like, oh, it was. So like that was cool. And I am in week 4 of a 3-week, no, that doesn't make sense. Week 4 of a 6-week energy program thing with Krista. But wasn't that on your page? Is that even how I found it for intuitive? Maybe Krista? I don't know. She had done something. So I'm doing that, and I've had a lot of energetic shifts from that. And now anytime I do energy work, my ears will pop a bit, and then that'll help me. Christy, all right, thank you, Kelly. That'll help me get realize when I'm getting downloads versus if it's my thoughts. I'm noticing some pressure things that so that's cool. So I also realized that I was approaching the lunar energy all wrong. So that's why, like, I think with my program, like releases and compiling has not been fruitful so far, in the sense that I was picking yang phases or energy phases of when to tell people, but then asking myself to create the content during yin phases, and was like not having the energy to actually create everything I was asking myself to create. So I had that realization this morning of like, oh, well, now the energy phases should be when, like, to support me in creating it, and then not trying to like be like, oh, there's no energy today, but today's the day. So yeah, just get like some getting out of my way. And
do moon phases affect you for creation?
I've noticed, yes. This is the first month that I actually set new moon intentions. I would always be at the full moon and be like, oh wait, what do I like need to shed? And so the first 2 weeks I had a lot of shifts happening, and I was really connected to that. And then I'd say the past week or so was when I was like, wait, now's the time for me to create stuff. And we're like, yeah. So I don't know how much it does, but I've noticed that the dates, when I first looked at it, I was saying I was going to release things during yang, but when I was trying to create them during yin, I just did not have the ability to do all of that and still have a full-time job and everything else.
So for me, I have to look at like what the moon is actually in on a particular day. And so my lives are usually in like fire signs, so depending on what I'm doing, fire or earth signs. And it may affect you, it may not. I can't give any things. I know projectors tend to get more exhausted by void moons. So I would at least look into those and not plan to be creating content then, because you probably should be napping. But
Yeah. No, yeah, definitely. I appreciate that. Because it wasn't this month, but last month when the moon was in Virgo and in Aries and in Scorpio. So each of my major placements, I noticed a big burst then. And so I was trying to plan that for this time, but Muggle Matters came up and then that didn't happen. But that is one thing that I want to tease out and see how that is moving forward.
okay.
And then the last of the shifts, because there's like 4,000, are that people are sharing that like the games or activities that I suggested or like created for them in conversation are helpful. But again, that kind of leads to the support part where I don't really know what my people need right now in terms of what I could offer that's anything other than sort of like the one-off type sessions to get people used to working with me. Because it seems like that's a lot of what comes up is like, hey, I have this really particular thing. Like, what would you do about that? And so I'm just seeing a lot of that, and I don't want to ignore that. So something that's in my mind is whether some of the components that are the larger or parts of the larger programs would actually like could be almost like an a la carte of to get people used to working with me to have that trust or lay down the energy that way, and then be able to then have them transition into something more long term. So that's just something out there. Do you want me to say all of them or just do one at a time? There's like a bit under the support.
List them all and we can see where they overlap because I suspect they will.
Yes, I think they do because it looks like a serial killer wrote it because there's 80 arrows. So one of the general things is like, I'm not sure how to offer the challenge that goes into Yay with such a small group of people following, because it seems like who follows on Instagram and then in my Facebook group are totally different. And so I'm feeling some awkwardness on how to balance that energy, because the Facebook group is a lot of family, whereas like Nate's family is great, but they were all like, we're gonna join, but then it's like, yeah, so it's like I love that my Nana is commenting on stuff, which is helpful, but like I know I'm not selling to my Nana, so like yeah, not knowing about that. And then also just want to incorporate beta testers. I have a few people who are excited to do that, so just not knowing if they should be doing that before it even gets like announced as an evergreen thing, because I think both programs right now offerings are going to be evergreen. I also have noticed that people engage a lot more on both Instagram and Facebook when the post is about me. It sort of feels like a 3-5 thing of sharing out something about me, but then when it's something that's then trying to incorporate them, there's a complete silence. And so or it's just like, yeah, there's like a massive reduction. And so just noticing that and then not knowing how that's just influencing things, it might be why I'm in my head about how to actually offer things. Yeah. Yeah, and then I already said like I'm unsure of whether I should offer some of those one-off things that seem to be what people are mentioning, or is it like educating through those types of things to then say, oh, here's how having them in a package really supports you. Yeah, we'll start there.
Okay. This one's going to be the short one. Beta testers can go now. So that way you have testimonials and feedback before you go to sell the thing, because otherwise you're going to potentially spiral around like, well, how do I know if you don't need to even go down that route, because you'll know exactly what it did for people if you've already had the beta testers. So like, just to use me as an example, because it's my business and it's easy, I'm releasing something in July, I am talking about it either today or Monday and opening up beta testers to do it privately with like group access so that I can get feedback and see like, well, what needs to change for it to be at this price point, and also have testimonials ready for it that are ideally different people than my usual testimonial people. So to me, it's like I like having the beta beforehand or at the very beginning so that you are getting energy to get the momentum going. And that way it's not just you trying to build the energy.
Yes, because that's what it feels like.
Get other people in, get out of your head a little bit. This is the most I've ever seen you in your head, and I want you to reflect on why that is. Is it about the transition of like, now I'm actually offering something and moving into that and I don't want to mess it up? Is it something else? But you don't need to be in your head. It'll all work out.
Okay.
Nothing has to be perfect the first time you do it. Things are allowed to change. My business looks literally nothing like the first offers that I created, and that's okay. Some of those pieces got incorporated back in, and some of them I realized I don't actually want to do that. It's fine. I like single sessions. I also think when people are coming to you privately with those, I at some point figure out when you don't want to answer those questions for free anymore, because they can easily come to get that in a session, or you could do like a group live where people have submitted their questions and you're answering them live so then people can see them. And that way you're still offering some support for free, but you are also leading them into a, hey, and you can get a free session and we can go deeper and I can create a custom activity and exercise for you. And that way it is still serving you without being an exhausting, like, oh my God, I have 4 people I need to respond to. I would also, without using names or any identifying information, take some of those, and you may have to tweak them, and create posts about, are you feeling overwhelmed? I know I've been feeling it. People I've been talking to have been feeling it. Here's an exercise or activity, whatever it is, that you can do just to play with this energy so that you can still use everything you've done as an educational, and then at the end, invite them into the one-to-one or invite them into a challenge. Okay. What is the actual thing with the offering VA challenge?
What's the thing, like what is being offered, or what's my thing with why it's not happening?
What is your concern about promoting it? I understand your family's in the group.
Oh, yeah, it's just really, I think it goes back to logistics of feeling like there are too many options, almost what Kelly was sharing. So we might just be vibing that back and forth to each other. But of like, because then when we had spoke before, it was like, okay, we can have like live videos or something, but then having the bundle be like what's then available afterwards for purchase. But I think I was really just doubting, like, okay, well, if anyone even shows up, then is having it in a live the best, or should it be something like Zoom, so then that way it records more neatly? So I think it was just that, those types of logistical things, and it not mattering really. But yeah, just
you can keep it super simple. The first round of spellbinding sales was just Facebook Lives.
No
like you don't, when you're, this is for everyone, my advice would be the first time you are running an offer to keep it as low tech and as simple as you can while still feeling good and still feeling like there's enough energy, because you don't want to invest in all the big things at once and then realize after running it that you want to shift the structure and you've already paid for something that you may not need for it. That said, legally, you have to provide something more than just a Facebook group or Facebook Lives. That can be emails with some PDFs or with some prompts. And I don't know anybody who's ever been attacked for it, but
I think I was doing a lot of comparison of the things I've invested in recently, people really giving a lot more than what the price was. and then feeling a lot of like, oh crap, how do I know what's worth $33?
It also depends, because there is a really big funnel trend right now to offer things particularly around 17, 27, 37, 47 sort of, and starting with that, and then you get the offer bump, and then you get a thank you page offer, and it's a very precise funnel. And so if you're seeing things that look like they're worth too much but they're at that price, that is because it's very specific to lead you through a multi-step funnel.
Okay.
It's not because that is what is actually worth the price. I will confess, the thing that I am creating that I was telling Kelly I needed time blocked off on is something that is like one of those 37 price things. It is, if I was doing it live with people, it would easily be probably like 700 to 1,000 a month. But it's like, this is the smallest way to make it self-study, and then I can work with people one-to-one after they've already done the foundation pieces. So you can play into, what do you want to include right now? You can always add in things to be, you know, when you fully bring it in as evergreen. I don't necessarily think you have to promote it as evergreen right now, because that feels like kind of a lot of pressure. You're running it once. Then you can take a break, come back and think, what do I want to change? What do I need to add in? What, based on feedback, will improve this? And then you can figure out your system for making it evergreen.
Okay. Yeah, that already feels better, because then it was like, how does it do that? But then also keep having that be a discussion, but then also pivot to PMP, and then and then having it feel like it was in such a short time frame. And it, like, so there's 3 women that I keep seeing or pulling cards for that I know I'm meant to work with, but I think one of the other things that has me in my head was not knowing if one of those programs was what they were going to be working through, or if it was something like the one-off session. So I think that was, then it was almost more confusing knowing people that I am feeling called to work with that keep showing up, and then being like, well, they have a really complex random need that's not something that's part of a larger group necessarily right now.
Or is it that they need to start in the group and then move to one-to-one?
Yeah, which is, because as soon as you had said that it could just be run at once and then do the reflect, then that felt like that opened up a lot of then having that conversation of, or was something that I was thinking of was extending the beta positions to them. And then after that, having that as because you've had this experience, like, what else is really the need?
So,
but based off your face, I'm thinking that's no. Which is fine. That thought was like a yesterday thought, but that's where I was like.
I mean, I am not going to tell you what is aligned for you. I can't answer that. You can ask your pendulum.
I don't even know what it is.
From a strategy standpoint, I typically don't have people pop in to get shit for free. If they're popping into my business and the soul of my business and I'm seeing a face, I better be receiving something in return, because I'm already feeling this energy.
Okay.
You can decide how that works for your business.
No, that makes sense, because there were 2 other people that had asked me betas that I haven't been seeing, but they have, no, I have beta people that's separate from that. That's helpful to know that, Okay. Yes.
I would keep this simple. There's allowed to be a pause in between. You can lead them through it and then feel into, do you want to take them directly into PMP? Do you want to have a one-to-one afterwards? You don't 100% need to know right now.
Okay.
If that's overwhelming, you can take them through it, and then in the middle, see what it feels like they're needing, and just invite them in the end through another Facebook Live or the end of the last Facebook Live, or both.
Okay.
You can also message them afterwards to, get that clarification of what is shifting, what more support do you need, all of those things. And then, as we talked about with Megan, give them the invitation to what is going to be the most supportive for them.
Okay. Yeah, because I think what was definitely happening, well, it's not think, I know what was happening, was that I was then associating the dates I'd written down as like the actionable dates as the dates that I was putting pressure on myself to have like the first sale by. And then that was making it, this huge thing. I was like, no, this is literally just the date that it's like being birthed, so to speak, of like, here is the thing. and then letting whatever happens. So that was definitely what was happening of like, how am I gonna get somebody in at that time?
If we put pressure on the date, it tends, like, at least for me, I can't speak to everybody, for me it tends to like kink the hose. And it needs to be more of like a, hey, this is what I'm going to start talking about it. And that's like typically my launch date, and I check the human design for that date and see what the energy has. But it's like, this is what I'm going to start talking about it. This is what I'm going to stop talking about it. And in between is when people come in.
That was so beautiful. I'm probably going to draw you as a bean with some windshield wiper arms, and you're going to be a bean doodle of just.
Okay.
Yes.
That is lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't know that I've ever been a bean before, so.
Well, there's a first for everything, so. Yeah, I'm right.
Does that help?
Yes, considerably. And at that point, I guess the very last question, that's a logistical question, last for like this year, is since I've literally never sold anything in business like with a transaction, and I don't have a business account because I'm not a legal business, like those things, what is the way to just so just start the PayPal, have them do that, and keep that separate so that way when it comes time to needing the documentation later, it's there?
The first thing I did was create a second bank account so that I never had to accept bank or business payments into my personal account. And that's a profit first system. You don't have to do that if it's too complicated for you. But in terms of taxes and tracking, I think the second account was kind of nice.
In terms of taxes and tracking, at this point of where you're at, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
It literally doesn't. Just set up your PayPal account. For me, it's everything used to just go through PayPal, and then I would just bring it over to my personal account and then divvy it out to, this stays in my personal, this goes to my business accounts. It's not exactly the financially savviest of ways to do it.
Yeah, but I still have that other PayPal to show the transaction and then have that way of documenting it.
Yes.
Okay.
What I currently do is most things come in through Stripe. It still comes in through what, not technically my personal account, but I end up using it as my personal account. And again, I divvy it out to the proper, here's my business expense count, here are the tax account, here's the business profit. And then I also just keep a spreadsheet, which I think I meant to put in spellbinding sales. I think Kelly asked for it, and I just remembered I'm going to write that in red.
Real red or?
Real red, so I can remember. And oh, actually, Matt stole my orange. No, he didn't. I have one left.
What did I ask for?
I think it was you. You asked to see my spreadsheet of where I track my income and expenses.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like me.
Yeah. So I just track it, and then I literally just give my tax lady, she gets the very messy spreadsheet, and it's like, here are all the things that I bought, and here are all of my utilities for the house, and you can figure out which percentage counts as my office, and here is who bought what, and when it was, and what came per month, and I just don't look at it anymore. But that is all that anyone has ever needed, even when transitioning from just a company to an LLC. Legally, for an LLC, technically you just have to pay yourself monthly. I pay myself monthly anyway, so it's fine. But if you do have a separate account and you go to an LLC at some point, you have to make sure you are paying yourself. My accountant doesn't recommend anybody have an LLC for financial reasons unless you are making it's either $40,000 or $50,000 of profit.
Okay, so that's more than zero.
So it's like do you want it for legal protections? I personally would not recommend even bothering with it until there is consistent, I don't even know, 25,000.
Okay.
I didn't do mine until what I felt was embarrassing recently, but my tax lady kept being like, no, you don't need to, because the 1 year I was spending $40,000 in expenses, just coaching and regular expenses, and she was like, why bother? We can cut all of that out of your income.
Yeah, so then no, that makes sense. And so I guess the last part that I may not have overlapped with the other parts that I feel clarity on was just that, like, noticing that people engage more certain things and then not knowing, not really feeling connection to sharing out things, and then having them be like laying that pathway, or that might just still fall under I'm in my head.
For now, I would say in your head, you can try to relate things back to what you are experiencing a little bit more if they're relating to you more, but it also could be people just feel safer to engage publicly
Okay, yeah.
with you, and they are still, you know, because there's always people who are behind the scenes not saying anything or not clicking the buttons, and they'll come out literally years later and buy something, and it could be like a very high level something, and you're like, what the fuck? I knew you were here, but like
Yeah, no, and I even with yeah, so something else I saw in my meditation yesterday was actually a like a still image of a screen of the actually being able to have like offerings or what my work listed out, and then seeing like a bunch of like emoji reaction things below. But it really reminded me that, like, again, I need to even have a place to be directing people.
Okay, so either make a free blog or, you know, whatever, or make a free member vault account and have ways for people there to just buy things real fast.
Yeah, because then that way, I think too, in post, like you had said earlier about, I think with Yay, of like sharing out the shift of like, oh, well, if you're experiencing this, I do whatever, like that. I think it would also then, I'm just telling myself that I can't do that yet because I don't have the stupid page, but I'm just going to make the page this weekend and it's going to be there.
Just make a page, or just have a free member vault, and then they can go to the front of the member vault thing and they can see how to get a one-to-one session. They can sign up for the challenge, and I can just direct them to the Facebook group quick and easy.
Okay.
Also, I said this earlier, I might be confusing the right angle and the left angle, but isn't the right angle cross where the more you do things for yourself and then share with people, they learn based on you focusing on your own stuff?
Right angle, yes. That is essentially, you have to care for your own energy and your own growth, or nobody around you grows. And if you were out of alignment, the people around you would be out of alignment.
Yeah, and I think that really pairs with the 3-5 too, in the sense of like having to take people on that journey. So yeah, I guess what I'm realizing, like, I'm complaining about the fact that it's working, that people are connecting to me. Okay. I'm just gonna let people know, it feels like it's 4,000 degrees in my house, so I'm gonna cop out and pretend that 2% of being in my head right now is feeling like a baked potato. But yes, I feel a lot more clarity. Thank you. When my brain is not mushy from heat, I'm going to revisit all of this.
Okay.
Thank you, humans.
Keep us updated.
Yes.
You're welcome. Yes, Kathy, it is all about you. Kelly, it does not have to be an email list with Facebook. It literally just has to be, you are not legally allowed to sell just Facebook access to something. Some of that may have changed since now they allow you to sell through their own group processes. I have not played with that. I don't know how that works. I can tell you no information about it, but I know that if you have certain groups, they do allow you to accept payment. Ooh, there are leaves tapping on my window. Okay, cool. But a PDF works, a Zoom call off of stuff works, a workbook works, whatever, but they just have to actually receive something that is not Facebook bound.
Can you, like, if you have just a Facebook group, do you have to give the PDF outside of the Facebook group? You can give a PDF in the Facebook group and that counts.
Yeah.
Cool.
So like I bought somebody's, like, it was silly because I didn't actually read it. I bought early access to someone's book they were writing, and it's like you just get a PDF every month of their book, and that is, I guess technically I did get a bonus, but it's a bonus. I don't think that would count under Facebook's rules. And I got a poster sent to me. But yes, the PDF delivered in the group works. You could also email it to people if you wanted to make sure you were like double checking all your boxes. But typically I email as well, just because people miss things in Facebook because Facebook is a cluster. Okay. Yes, Facebook likes to make sure that they are in charge of getting the money. Okay. Can we take a short stretch and bathroom break? I have a baby bouncing on the bladder. I will return. Okay. I will give everybody else time to get back. What are you eating, Kelly?
I found some chips and salsa.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it's probably not good on an empty stomach with beer, but I'll survive.
At least something. Did you take out your frozen burritos so you could eat them later?
It takes 24 hours for them to defrost, so even if I did, it'd be ready tomorrow. But Carlos gets off early today. I'll make a smoothie. I'll be good. I'm fine. Thank you.
Bye, Kelsey. Well, I don't know. I would leave it in the fridge anyway. Our toaster oven just died, so it's very cranky. Although I guess I could like air fry a burrito if I had one. I don't know.
I only use my toaster oven. We have a Black & Decker toaster oven, but the only microwave I ever had was my grandma's, and I did not want to spend money on a new one. And it was like 50, 60 years old, but I don't miss it. I like the microwave-free life.
Yeah, I wish we could get rid of ours. I don't really like having one in the house.
Yeah.
We mostly use the toaster oven, but it's still like I just don't like it.
My dad's like all about throwing a bag of broccoli in the microwave in a plastic bag, you know?
Because there's so much wrong with that.
I know. But from his perspective, having zero vegetables and growing up eating canned vegetables, like I get where he's coming from, but Dad, I am not interested in the microwave.
You don't want your food surrounded by plastic as the plastic gets warm. And
honestly, how hard is it to steam broccoli for 2 to 3 minutes over the stove? It's not hard. It doesn't take very much time. Even roasting it in the pan in the oven, like that's so little effort. And yeah, you have to wait some time, but it's crispy and delicious.
If you have, like, you could roast it in the toaster oven for probably like 15 minutes because I used to make roasted veggie sandwiches in the toaster oven all the time.
Yum. That sounds great.
It is great. I kind of wish we had more veggies now.
Yeah, how do you make a roasted veggie sandwich? Please tell me more about this.
So I used to do onions and peppers and squash and zucchini. You could do whatever. You could add mushrooms, etc. Add a little olive oil and some spices, put them in aluminum foil, and just throw them in the toaster oven for 15 minutes. And then you can top it all on your, I used to use like English muffins, but you can top it on whatever. Add some cheese if you want, and it's like delicious and lovely.
That sounds great.
Yeah. I don't think I have enough sandwich veggies now at the moment, though. We have peppers, but they're for fajitas for dinner.
Yum, I love fajitas.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I want to make tortillas or not.
No, don't do it. Buy them.
There are basically no tortillas that I can eat. They're store-bought. There is one company that makes some that I have found, and they are like $50 for.
You don't have corn?
I cannot have corn.
So you're doing the flour tortillas?
I can use flour tortillas, but it can't have canola oil or sunflower oil or safflower oil or soy or milk.
Well, tortillas are easy to make, right? Like, so backtracking, don't you just mix it with flour and oil?
I think it's just like flour and water and something else, and then maybe egg, and then water, and then you flatten everything out. I'm going to do it before Monday so I can update everybody and how it works.
That's definitely something you could make a huge batch of and store in your freezer.
I think so. And then I'm going to try, I have a whole lot of coconut flour, and I was like, I could make coconut flour tortillas. Like, instead of paying $50 for like sets of them on Amazon, I could just make my own coconut flour tortillas, and then I could feel homesteader.
I believe in you.
We will see. Matt may actually make them, and I may make the batter because hot things and oil and Kristen do not mix. But he got tired of like, how did you burn yourself? Oil. This is what happens. So sometimes he takes over because manifestor, and he can't watch people do things improperly.
Do you ever use like alternative, like what are those chips that aren't potatoes? Like turnips, or you can like make your own little crisps. Have you ever done that?
I have not. He wants to get a mandolin so he can make his own potato chips and sweet potato chips, and there was something else that I can't remember because I used to buy it and then it became a pain to find.
Yeah. Beet crisps.
I could have beet. I tried to convince him we should plant beets, and he was not for that because he was like, who eats beets?
Crunchy baby.
I love beets. Beets are amazing.
Oh. He also worried that it was a thing I wouldn't eat once the baby came. I was like, that could be accurate.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't want beets out there, but there's enough food out there anyway, so it just needs to grow faster. I need Kelly Earth Magic to make it grow faster. Okay.
I haven't been into neither cooking nor planting or gardening, like all my usual decluttering, focusing tasks. I have zero willpower for. I have like zero desire to cook. Eating's been hard during the pandemic, but smoothies are not hard, at least.
So the reason why we have a garden is because we were playing Animal Crossing and he needed to plant flowers so they could crossbreed because he swore that nobody was doing it right that we knew. So he wanted to show that he could figure it out. And then he figured it out. And then he needed a real garden. I'm not entirely sure what spawned it, but it was like, I woke up and he's like, so I'm going to build a planter. And then he built it, and then Soren painted it, and then there were vegetables. So here we are. Kathy's giving me this look, and I'm like, yes, this is this manifestor life. Things, you get an idea, and there it goes. We had a conversation the other night, and where I was like, so I really want the kitchen cabinets gray, like it needs to happen, because I hate the kitchen cabinets that like look like they're from the 70s or 80s or like whenever. And I had my own way of doing it. And he's like, nope, I just bought a sander. It'll be here in 2 days. Like, I'm going to sand it. And, you know, you pick out the paint and get it delivered from Sherwin-Williams, and I'll just paint it. I'm like, okay. I'm not going to argue with this. But manifestors, once you make your mind up, things just happen. Okay. I think everyone's back. I will assume Deborah and Shelby are here. But I see everybody else. Do we have a volunteer? Oh, Alexis, was that a wave? And then I saw Kathy. Did you wave, Alexis?
I did, but she can go also first, either way.
Okay. You're unmuted. You go first.
Okay.
That is easier.
think
I know what color you are.
Talk to me, actually. Do you need to talk to me? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, I'm going back to my office. I was gonna get something. Okay. So hi. We start with wins, yeah? Okay. So, we didn't pull cards this time.
You're going to have to actually know what you want support on.
I know. And what my wins were and how I shifted.
Okay.
Okay. So that's probably something huge because I can tell you. I'm so much more tuned in. Like, I just feel like a totally another person. I don't even know. I do know, actually. So, wins. So I completed the read and review for the book. Did all the updates and completed everything that I wanted to do and turned it in for editing. So that's a huge win. I wrote a book and it's going to be published.
Yay.
And then we're in the process with the cover by the lovely, amazing Kelly. And what else are we doing that are wins? All of the things. Oh, I told you about the film. So that we've done 2 out of 3 days of filming for that. We hired an animator to do animations for it. And what else? Wins. Another win, like this round of EP that I'm running, it's been so easy and fun. Like it's just been easy. Like I don't even have to, I just show up and we talk about the things and people ask questions and it's just so much fun. And it's really, it's an absolute pleasure. Which I think part of it is just it growing and kind of settling into it all, you know. Then what else? Oh, I figured out the pieces to optimize. So it's not the optimized healer anymore, it's optimized. And I took, so for a while, I've had this nagging thing to create a course that's about intuitive development and clairs. And for the life of me, I did not remember that I did one 2 years ago. Didn't remember. You know, in all our content, it says, think about the things that we have sitting around. Didn't think about it. You asking me, didn't think about it. Shelby asking, didn't think about it. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, so optimize needs to get finished because it's the first piece of the little pyramid. It's got to get done. And it occurred to me I have everything already.
Yay.
Yeah. So all I have to do is record like a welcome and then like a farewell.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I need to do one recording on how to, I teach like this workshop, like an inner workshop thing. And I have that one done. I just need to do a follow-up to it, which is how to expand on it. And then everything else is there. And then I offered it in Spellbinding Sales, and a couple of people are going to just go through it and walk through the program and see what they think. It was from 2 years ago, and I look completely different and I sound different. So I have like minor concerns about that. So I don't know. Does it matter? Okay. Especially for groundwork stuff, right? Or does it not matter ever?
It doesn't really matter ever. People don't expect you to recreate videos every 6 months so it looks consistent with where you are right now.
Okay.
If like you're describing things entirely different than you would right now, then I would say then it needs to be re-recorded. Or if there is something that you would direct them to now that you couldn't then, you could add it in as a post or as a written piece. But in general, it's fine. Like, I don't plan on touching Spellbinding Sales videos for probably a couple years.
Okay.
They're done. I don't need to redo them every year.
Cool. I like that. That makes sense to me. All right,
I always
cool.
feel like when I watch your videos too, that they're new. Like I always feel like there's either new things or like did she record this? Is this even the same outfit? Like every time I watch your stuff, it feels new to me.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's weird. It's great.
Well, I love that, but like Kristen's had consistent, some of the physicality is somewhat different, at least from here up, right?
All you got was a haircut.
Yeah.
Life and haircut. You're fine.
Okay, cool. But that felt like it felt like a win because I've been trying to reinvent the wheel and then all of a sudden it's like, it's all here. And what I've been wanting to and been called to create has been there the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Of course. Yeah. So I'm playing with that. I'm playing with different ways of how to put it. Anyway, I'm playing with that. But that feels huge. So those are wins. Anything else? I'm taking really good care of myself.
That is a huge win.
Yeah. So I feel like I'm a baby or something, like literally like a little infant that needs to be cared for really delicately because I have to sleep way more than I ever have had to. Like I have to be really good about my bedtime. I feel like taking several naps throughout the day. Just a lot of things. So I'm just noticing it and I'm not being hard on myself about it. I'm just like, oh, okay. Like there's this gentleness that I have. Oh, it makes me want to cry. There's this gentleness that I have with myself that I didn't have before, I think.
And of course you're going to need more sleep because there's a whole lot going on in the world right now and it's exhausting, even if you aren't, even if you don't feel super affected by it, the energy is there. And it is draining. So you are entitled to as many naps as you want.
Thank you. Yeah, and then we add in the 57 things that I do at once, right?
One of these days we'll get you to slow down just a little.
Well, I honestly feel like I've slowed down tremendously.
You have. It's
Make a movie like
there is like the ever-present question of, is Alexis acting like a generator or a Manny Jen? And that's like consistently the question in my head. And then I'm like, if I'm asking this, I think I know which one this is. And clearly Pam is on the same page. So
yeah.
And Kelly, yes. So what you're getting is that everyone thinks you're a Manny Jen because you're doing too much.
It's better. Like I feel,
better.
Yeah.
It is much more balanced now.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Everybody's saying the same thing. No. You know what, for me the big thing is that because I have an open route, like when I don't have it, nothing's happening. So when I'm on, I'm like, let's do things. So it's that very much that energy. So anyway, I don't know. We'll work on that.
No, I mean, I get that. I live with all open routes, and it's, you either do the things or you don't do the things. But it's are you doing the things because you don't want to run out of the energy? Or are you doing the things because they are what you're supposed to do and this is the right timeline for doing them? And that's the question I want to like make sure we are reflecting on.
Yeah, and I love that. And I think that's something that both you and Shelby and even Pam have really like gotten me to see that and to really gently be aware of that. And something that I've noticed is really tuning into my defined spleen. Like there is a perfect timing for me. And so when that feels correct, then I just need to lean into that. So it's not just having access, he's so sweet, having access to the energy. It's also that it's the correct time. Like I feel almost like this ping ping, you know? And so I'm getting more used to what that ping ping feels like. And that's like, okay, let's go kind of thing. Yeah, so I've been better about not having, if I'm doing one thing, I'm doing one thing, and then I put it down and then go to the next one. So there's that.
That is a win. We will take it. We will just lovingly remind you every time that we think you're being a Manny Jen.
I think it's helped tremendously in not, like I'm able to do it better with the things that I want to accomplish in the world because I'm not doing it with additional pieces, you know? So like I'm not writing a post and listening to a movie, you know, like I'm not really watching TV anymore, which is fine if you want to, just it wasn't working for me anymore. So it's just, and it's doing one task at a time, even if in a day I've done multiple tasks.
Your environment's mountain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like for me, I need sound while I'm working. That's a literal part of my environment. For you, you need to be above all the things. And so like the things that are bringing you back down to other places they're just going to distract you.
That makes so much sense. Because, you know, in the last couple of weeks, I've gotten the message that I needed to cut meat out, which I don't think everyone needs to. It's just something for me that came up. Media has come out, like I would sit and binge like 5 or 6 hours of Netflix at a time, and like it takes me like 3 or 4 days to watch a movie now, which it just feels correct, but what you're saying makes sense. Like this need for the mountain and aligning with the environment was so great that it's like, where can we do it in the meantime? Cool.
I mean, it's you learn little tricks. For me, it's like I need sound on both sides of me. And I get irrationally angry if somebody's playing sound only on one side of me and I can't hear it on the other side because I don't feel safe in my environment. And I've had to like, hey, Matt, go to the other side of the couch because you're too close to me while you're playing, your video or whatever. And while I work, it's either there's, outside sound or I have to have music on or have headphones on.
Gotcha.
So for you, you need less stimulus so that you can be the peak on top of the mountain.
I have so much damn stimuli. Yeah, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. And the more that there's been, the more I have to be strict about it. Yeah. Cool. That all makes sense.
Environment stuff is human design. At some point, I plan on looking up everybody's and posting it in the group, and we will get there.
I breathe like that already, Kelly. It's really crazy. Like I will sometimes pause breaths.
Yeah, to answer Megan's question, it's definitely not specific to feng shui, but I just have noticed in my individual work, the more I push my clients or the people around me to embrace their environment, be it in their branding or their actual space. Like mine's the kitchen. My group is the Mint Kitchen. My office is the workspace. I also try to like listen to, I'm the wet kitchen, so I listen to like rain or cafe sounds to put myself in the energy of like the workshop or just being in the middle of everything. And I find that the more I even if it's like fake build, like the more I create the essence of my environment around me, the more it helps me get into an alignment. Pam, I feel like I used to respond really poorly to humidity because I have asthma, and most people respond positively to humidity with their asthma, but I grew up in Park City where it's like so dry and cold up there that I breathe a lot better in cold, dry air. But as I get older, I'm noticing I'm liking humidity more. The first time I went to Costa Rica, where Carlos is from, I thought I was gonna die. But like after acclimating to the environment, I felt so much different. So I'm living in dry kitchen when I should be in wet kitchen. But yeah, I think that the more that you experiment with your environment in your home and your branding, I don't know, I want to like say you'd be surprised with how more aligned you feel, but I don't want to assume that for you. I would just encourage you to experiment with like recreating your human design environment as much as you can for your work.
Yes, what she said. Because we did that and it's made a huge difference.
This is interesting. I'm pondering mine now. Also, some of the subliminal meditations that y'all get have ocean and, well, ocean sounds because I like oceans. So the ones that are in Spellbinding Sales all have ocean sounds. I've not used Focus at Will, but it does sound lovely. I would email them and demand my lifetime subscription, though. You can't decide how long I live.
That sounds nice. You could probably find similar things on YouTube. YouTube has either the live ones or just the like playlists of focus music, or even the ones that are like, for creativity or for rest. The binaural beats. How do you say that? Whatever. But yeah, they're Insight Timer. YouTube has all kinds of things.
Cool.
Shelby is not going to tell us how to say it, and it's okay because I'm not going to try.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. What are your shifts, Alexis? Do you have more?
Yeah. So I just said like just general massive shift of feeling like a new person.
Okay.
And then so something that Shelby and I have been working with is just integrating like every version of me. That's something that came up. So it's not just like the next one, or it's like all of them all at once. So that's been fun. But it feels really good right now. And that has had its own ripple effects, like of me really embodying a lot of the things that I've been really resistant to embodying, even though I said that I'm ready to do it. That has had really intense shifts in my personal life with my husband specifically. And that is something that I'm still kind of unpacking. But in me showing up more in the way that I desire to and more the way that I'm intended to, like it helps him show up more. I'm so the unpacking part is just unpacking a lot of what I didn't realize I was just putting away, because there wasn't, when somebody just doesn't desire to make a change and you're not going anywhere, there isn't really much you can do. So it's a positive shift, but it's also like mid, yeah. But it's a big deal. It's a really big deal. I'll share with you more on Voxer, but yeah, it's a big deal. And like unprompted by me, like I didn't ask him, like he said, listen, I did this and this and this, and these are the things that are happening. And so that was probably the part that was the biggest thing, is that he of his own accord was like, this is what I'm doing. So a really big deal. Yeah, absolutely, Kelly. I can feel how much there is there. I probably need to sit there a little bit at another point in time. Okay, so, but it's all good stuff. What else? Now is the helpy part time. Okay. So we have 2 people in the Illuminated Warrior. I think I forgot to tell you that part, huh? That's a win too. And I had this here, it's just, I had so many wins that I was trying to see them.
It's okay.
So there's 2 people. And we have the doors open until the 22nd. So that's next week. So there's time.
Mm-hmm.
And magical things happen all the time. So the things that I'm feeling really good about it. I'm not feeling like I have in the past, when I'm at a point with a launch where it's not quite doing what I want it to do. A lot of times I give up, or like I just stop, the steam stops. It's kind of like, and then I don't feel that way now. Like I don't really have an emotional opinion about it. It just is. Like there's 2 people there, and it's gonna fill. And it's gonna fill because we have apprentices in level 2 that need to learn with the people that are coming into Illuminated Warrior. So like it's gotta there really isn't an option. So I need support around supporting the rest of the launch. And I promise to listen.
Okay. So personally, I don't worry. Well, I'm not going to say, but we're going to rephrase that, because we all are human and we have our things that come in. But for me, I think statistically it's supposed to be like the last 3 days. For me, it's like the last 6, 7 days. That is often when we see like the uptake of people coming in again, because they're realizing they're getting to that point of they actually have to make a decision. In the in-between, you are reminding them why they want to make this decision. You can throw out things to sweeten the pot, like a 1-day special or a 3-day special or something, just to create a little more momentum to help bring people in. Mm-hmm. I have done that in the past when things have felt a little stuck, and it's like, okay, well, if anybody comes in today, you get this, and everybody who's already in gets it. When that works. If there was 100 people already in, that may not feel good, but that just gives you a little boost of energy, and maybe you give them access to optimize once it.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. So that would be the thing. Do people feel really clear on why they need this?
I don't think they feel really clear about what it is.
Okay, so how do you make them feel clear about what it is?
Talking about it?
There's no wrong answers. I'm just asking.
So maybe that's not totally true. Maybe and whether or not it is, perhaps the focus is really why this, because one of the objections that we've had is around money, and it's the least expensive offer that I've probably ever had, and is one of the most expansive, especially given where I am right now. So it's interesting to me, and it's something that I'm just kind of like playing with and curious about. And I think what it really means is I don't know why I would want to put my money here. So yeah, why is it for them right now? Like, what does it do for them?
Why would they want this instead of waiting for the next round of EP? Waiting and saving their money.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So I don't think a person that would do So I think that people who've been thinking about joining EP and are looking at this will probably wait. I think the people that will join Illuminated Warrior are people who don't know that they eventually will want to do EP. Does that make sense?
It does, but it doesn't help you speak to them.
No, it doesn't.
So I think there's something else still there. Why do those people who may not know that they will need EP, what do they need right now that they'll get out of Illuminated Warrior?
Their own internal stability.
Why do they need that right now?
Because they just realized that nothing's certain.
Okay, so because there's a fucking pandemic going on, that's something to speak to.
Yeah, I did a little bit yesterday, but I probably will do a post on it. Like I did a live and I talked about that a little bit, but likely a post and an email. And I've gotten really a lot better. I've always been, I lazy launch because I'm like, can't I just tell you one time and then that's it? That's not how it works.
People need reminders.
They do. So I'm really proud of myself with that. Like I've sent an email. I just sent my second one. I've done lives and posts, and now I'm doing them synchronistically. Like everything's at the same time, which helps build the energy. And it helps that I'm resting. It helps that I'm not seeing clients like at the office anymore. I have more energy to do all of those things at once without it feeling like too much. So yeah, I think that doing posts and email about that specific thing. So
what do you see changing in the people that do Illuminated Warrior in 3 months? What's going to change for them personally? What's going to change in their lives? Why are they going to be happier? Why are they going to feel more secure, etc., etc.?
Why?
What's happening? Like, describe the transformation for us.
I always get stuck at this part and I don't know why.
Possibly because they're stuck and they don't understand it.
Okay. But even with the EP, like with everything, I always get stuck at this part.
Are your clients usually stuck on this part though?
Probably.
So you might be amplifying it, but we need you to be super clear so that you can kind of push it towards them of, hey, this is what this does.
Yeah. So it's interesting that you chose 3 months because the first 3 months is the first pillar, which is illumination, which is where they get the illumination process, which is essentially DNA activation and healing. So a big part of what happens during these 3 months is that but oh fuck, I'm all confused. Okay, hang on. So it's the opportunity to heal deeply without all the hubbub and deep excavation and digging that's normally found with healing processes. So we're talking about not re-traumatizing. We're talking about not having to stop your life in order to heal. We're talking about not having to look at that thing that you talked about in therapy for 57 weeks. You know, we get to just heal it and move forward.
There's a post.
Okay.
This is about healing your shit without re-traumatizing you, without bringing you back to the frequency you were in when this happened.
do they even know they have trauma? Because a lot of people think trauma has to be this big abusive thing, when really it's our perception of the event that causes the trauma. Or that totally simplifies it, but I know you know what I mean.
Not being held in whatever experience you have. Absolutely.
I think Carlos and I always talk about, sorry for interrupting you, is that like most of the time healing is not a quick light switch. It's not a flip of the switch. You know, we've spent years of our life creating really solid neural pathways that are often unhealthy and create automatic reactions or responses in us that are unhealthy reactions and responses to external stimuli. To me, what sounds really cool and special about your program is that you undo it at the seed, which makes that light, it is almost like a light switch that you flick. Like I've spent 5+ years in my therapy working on breathing and CBT and DBT and working on my triggers. But like, had I done that work with you, could I have done that in 2 to 3 months? You know, to me, the value feels like you can undo a inherited lifetime's worth of issues in 3 months. Like this is, you know, trauma is not just my trauma, it's my family's trauma that I've picked up in my DNA. And the fact that I could work on my great grandma's problems and like the hoarding and the immigrants and all these things in a shorter period of time and help solve all their problems in a metaphorical flip of a light switch of 3 months time, like that's only the first pillar. That's all, you know, that's just the first step. So that's so cool and exciting to me. But then it's kind of hard to see beyond the present when you're stuck in that trauma of the past, especially when it's years and years and years worth of the same neurotransmitter cycle. So I don't know if that's something to respond to, but just like, to me, what always feels so exciting is that people are like, wow, that helped. Like, wow, that made a big difference right away from you. You really get to the seed and the core of the matter. Like even your transmissions, your meditations they're so short. They're so quick. It's not a convoluted transformation.
Yeah, that's all incredibly helpful. Yeah, and when you were talking, Kelly, the aha that I had was that I have not talked about this as healing, and that's what it is. That's the whole purpose. So I'm using words about where I am, but I need to speak to them where they are, which I used to be really good at meeting people where they are, which maybe I am. It's just a matter of speaking the word part of it, not just energetically meeting somebody there.
It's like when Carlos and I dig holes in the garden, like I can spend a really long time and lots of hours with my little trowel and like dig and dig and dig. But Carlos, he's so strong and he takes the shovel and he like kicks it into the ground. And all of a sudden there's like 3 feet of earth that have been unearthed, you know? And so it makes it a lot easier to piece through all that gunk because it was one upheaval instead of me sitting there with my trowel for 5 hours digging through rocks.
Yeah. Cool.
Well, a lot to play with there. Yeah, I think you could go back to things that you had written down previously for illumination and think about how to work those in, because you've talked about illumination before and it is bringing all of those pieces. What I wrote down was it's helping you take the blinders off and heal what's keeping you from that inner stability.
Oh my God, I love that. I need to write that down. Hang on. I'm writing all the things. I'm writing Kathy's thing. Okay. So what's your thing, Kristen?
Taking blinders off and healing what's keeping you from inner stability.
Yeah, because really what the program program is for. Like it's this huge healing part, and then the rest of the program, it's really in support of those changes.
So they need to be aware of that. We're healing the stuff that's keeping you from getting where you want to be and keeping you in this pattern of instability, and you're supported through it so that you can transition easily and you can stay in this better place and stay illuminated.
Yeah. I hope I can read my handwriting later. Okay, I think I can. Okay. Sometimes my vowels end up looking like a squiggly line and then I don't know which one's which. Okay.
So connecting those dots for people. Yeah, and like Kathy says.
Yeah.
Maybe even describing the difference between incomplete healing and fully supported healing, so that if they've done something that promised them a quick shift before, they can understand why that didn't work and why this is different.
I love that. Yeah, because the big thing with that is that if we don't get our minds on board, you can heal everything to kingdom come, and your mind, the neural pathways continue. So the energetics and the spiritual part is healed, but if you didn't do anything to help the neural pathways, you just stay there.
And that's what they need to know.
Change. Okay. What else did I say? Because I'm gonna forget if I don't do this right now. Completely.
I can post this one in the group instead of waiting for it to go in the dash too, if that helps.
Okay, that'd be cool because I might just listen again, which I never do, but I might need to for this one. Okay, cool. I feel like there's one last piece that we just said. I'll just go back and listen to it. Okay. And you said go back to Illuminated Warrior or Illumination.
Do you feel like this is giving you enough to work with?
Oh, that's so funny because I just heard no, but I was going to say yes.
Okay. Is there something else that you need to include in the launch?
Uh-huh.
Is it something that you need to tangibly do?
Uh-uh.
Is it something you need to speak on?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So at the end of the 3 months, what is their life? What cycle are they in, actually? Let's use Kelly's words.
Oh. That's a really good point that I hadn't even thought about. So when you first said that, what I heard is what part of their cycle are they in? And I don't mean like menstrual cycle, but like just life. In each moment, we are constantly in different cycles. But then you said, after that, what I understood was, how are they stuck? Like the cycle of being stuck. What cycle are they? Okay.
You almost need to like pinpoint where they are exactly before they begin and why they need to be embodied, like, because it's not for the trainers, it's not for your EP trainers, it's for people who are probably experiencing trauma or grief or staying stuck in something. There's got to be some kind of catalyst that they need to get them out. Why do they want to get out?
All the humans. But for real.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the reason why the illumination process came through to begin with was because there was an in-between that was needed. Like, not everyone wants to become a practitioner. Not everybody wants to transmit the energy, but everyone wants to have lasting change. Okay.
It kind of goes back to what we were talking a little bit about earlier too, just like how the more you focus on fixing yourself, and like, I can't change everybody around me, but I can change myself and how I react and respond. And that, like your husband, that gives him the influence and power and ability to make changes for himself. So the more we focus on our own stuff and our own decisions and choices, the more ripples we can make around us, because people like will feel influenced by us focusing on ourselves.
Also, nothing consistently changes around us if we don't change.
Right. Yes.
It all goes back to the status quo.
Yeah. If you don't change, nothing around you will change.
When y'all see posts with all your words, thank you.
That is what we are here for.
This is amazing.
That's the thing with all of us being stuck at home. Like you can't run away unless you're like drinking or whatever, like doing something to cover up what you're stuck in. Yet either you cover it up or you face it, and it's really uncomfortable.
That's such a good point. If you don't face things right now, like you probably will dig yourself into even deeper addiction or distractions when right now you're stuck at home. You don't have any choice. You have to face yourself. Like you have to deal with your things or cause more chaos. You don't have to. You can cause more chaos.
I'm so happy.
Yay.
Yay. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Yeah, this is, I know we've worked on this before, but this feels so like in alignment. This is awesome. I love it. Yay. I'm complete. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, everyone. That was cool.
Okay. Kathy had raised her hand, so you are next. I don't know what color you
Yes, I
are.
had. And of course, as soon as I realized I was next, I was like, I don't know that I want to be next, but it's fine.
Are you good, or do you want to wait?
No, I'm good. I will always feel like I don't want to be next. So it's just my thing.
I think I'm just going to match your dress with the bright color.
Yeah. So what color am I? Everyone else asked.
I'm going to match your dress because it's such a vibrant color and you're
Thank you.
popping so much. So
Yeah,
like red pink.
Yeah, I love red and pink together. My current brand colors are it's a red, a pink, and then a kind of black and gray for background. So, and I don't have the energy right now to dick around with changing those, frankly. So,
I mean, I love the colors that you are in for your energy, so I don't know if your colors necessarily need to change.
well, thank you. Yeah, I'm embracing my Venus and Leo-ness today. With the, you have to look. I in fact, there's a post in the group. I've been such a sloth, but yeah, I started participating in this group that's talking about, how to dress, and I realized that I just been running around in baggy sweaters and leggings for I don't even know how long now. I just don't make an effort. I think I've, once or twice put on mascara for calls, and if I don't look good, I don't feel good. It's true. And so I guess that's one of my shifts from this morning. It's like, I'm going to have to just start getting up and getting dressed every morning, because otherwise it's just like I get up and before I realize it, I've futzed around and it's 2:00 in the afternoon and I feel like I don't have any time left to accomplish anything, which is stupid, but it's where I go with it.
There's still lots of time after 2.
I know. And honestly, I'm more of an afternoon person anyway, but it's just the whole getting the energy ready. And I've decided to embrace my natural hair. It's kind of flat because it's been slept on a few days, but it's really wavy and curly, and I've been trying to flatten it and make it behave and make it be something it's not. Notice any parallels? And it starts to get wavy and frizzy on me, like even the same afternoon. And I'm like, why am I doing this to myself? Why don't I just, throw some gel on it and go,
I feel like my life lesson I can impart on you is that wavy and curly hair does what it wants to, and you cannot control it.
Yeah,
Also,
I've decided, I've decided I'm going to grow it out and I'm just going to have wild feral hair and that's just what it's going to be, you know.
There's like a whole thing about like when your hair is curly, that's how you receive your downloads and your messages. And so like with physics and wires, when they're curled, they have a broader reach. So like a lot of spiritual communities and people around the world have things about hair. I was talking to Lori about this the other day, but like Mormon polygamists wear their hair higher to be closer to God. The indigenous trackers in the Civil War, when they were requesting the indigenous people to track the enemies, they would cut off their hair and then they lost all their magic powers. Japanese people, they like cut their hair off in shame. So there's like all these things about curls specifically being receptors for magic.
Interesting. Well, you know, it does sort of tie in, getting back to, you know, what we're supposed to be talking about. Well, I guess it's a win. I am embracing my need to be fabulous. And so we're doing that. And I had this session, I guess it's been almost, it was last Saturday, so going on a week, with this woman that was referred to me by someone I went through this like advanced spiritual training with, and Star has been doing some spiritual coaching. She's like a religious educator at the Unitarian Church. And so she refers this woman to me and says, well, she needs more relationship help than my guides are able to give her. And I'm thinking, you know, either your guides aren't able to give it or you just don't want to deal with it. Relationship coaching is tricky. So I talked to the woman and it was, I don't have her money yet and I don't know if I'm going to get it and I'm starting to not care. But anyway, it was like one of the best intake interviews I have ever done. And it's also the first one I've done in longer than 12 months. Let's just say months. It's been a while. But I was like, I was in control of it. I shared what I thought was appropriate to make her feel understood, that I'd been through similar things. I was getting psychic hit after psychic hit that really helped guide the conversation. I mean, I was, and then I went into the part about this is the kind of program I would give you, and her current coach charges, well, less than I think she charges less than I would charge. But I thought, well, that's what the woman's used to paying, so I'll just offer her a package at the same price, because a client, you know, a discount client is better than no client. So I'm just going to do that. And so she was like, yeah, 3 sessions sounds great. And I don't think it would be perfectly aligned for her because honestly, she needs some foundational work around why she feels, I know why it feels so needy around having a relationship and having exterior validation, but she needs a good 3 months. But I just felt like 3 was what she would be willing to go at this point, and then you can always add on. But it's like, even though I don't have the money, and she just posted about spending all her, stimulus check on this, really expensive bedding that, to replace what she's had, which in feng shui terms is perfectly valid. Kudos to you, but that money could have been spent on really solving your problem, and you could have gone to Walmart for a new, bed outfit. But I just felt really good about how I handled it. And I don't know specifically, I've thought about, tapping her and just, do you have any further questions? But I know I feel it's a money issue. She's also self-employed. And again, I was wanting to be out of relationship coaching. I don't know. I'm starting to just feel exhausted by the whole thing, honestly, about how much work I know she needs. And I feel she's very focused on a quick fix and when is this going to happen to me? And I need a man now. It's like, girl, we're in quarantine. So, I didn't come right out and say, just buy yourself a new vibrator, you'll be fine. But it may come to that.
That literally might be what she needs, though.
Totally
She might
true.
need to connect to herself before she can bring in somebody else. And
Oh, she definitely does. Almost everyone does when I've worked with them. But, you know, maybe that's my side hustle. Well, actually, I did have a friend who was selling sex toys, you know, one of those party programs. And I could totally see myself doing that. But I just, you know, not another MLM. No, thank you. Anyway, so it's just, I did it. It's like, hey, I have still got it and I can operate on this whole other, you know, connected level. And the next time I do have a sales conversation, I will have to work on, you know, give me your credit card number now and let's get you signed up or something. Because I hate waiting.
welcome to being a manifester.
Give me your money now. I will reach through the computer line and get it.
So, would you still want to work with her if you had her in a package that you felt was more appropriate for what she actually needed and there were very clear boundaries and expectations set?
I don't know, because I go back and forth between it's relationship coaching and I really don't want to do that anymore. And what she really needs is not, what she really needs is to fix herself, and I can help her with that. But I would need her to shift off the relationship end of it, even though she said, oh, everyone keeps telling me I need to just fix myself and not have a relationship. But I'm a relationship person. I need a relationship. And it's like, girl, no, just don't.
So is it that she needs to, in order to get the relationship that she wants, she needs to do that inner journey?
She does. Yeah. She's got some definite, one very definite past life point and some, you know, inner child work, which she's like, oh, I've done inner child work. And it's like, clearly not deeply enough. So she's definitely got stuff to work on.
So even if you decide this is not somebody you want to work with, this may be something that is coming up for you to take the inspiration of, people trust me for relationship coaching. They may also trust me for other things. I don't fully have to do the relationship coaching if I don't want to, but I can make them understand how they still get support in that area that they're looking for through doing this internal journey.
Yeah,
and
because Star remembered the relationship coaching piece, and it's like, I haven't even written anything about doing that for like a year. So I don't know if Star just isn't paying attention or that really, you know, comes out to people. And I had that happen before too, when I'd been in groups and I focused on relationship for a little bit. And then I was like, no, that isn't really what I want to do. I want to do this broader thing. And then I'd talk to people and they'd be like, oh yeah, you're the relationship coach, right? And it was like, no, I am, you know.
Can you pivot relationship work to shadow work? Like, oh, I'm not doing, but you know, in your language somehow, like, oh, maybe you're focusing on the wrong.
Well, I could, and Pam is like, yeah, I was always more interested in their relationship with themselves. It's just, if they think their problem is I'm not complete without a relationship, it's like, I can certainly speak to that, because Lord, and I certainly felt that way myself for a long time.
Manifestor, I think you're supposed to at that say inform, no, that's not your problem. Your problem is you need a new vibrator, or join me in this workshop and you can find your real problem in your shadow.
Yeah, I thought what I had kind of thought before we started is maybe I would just send her a note about, you know, wanted to make sure you knew about this workshop I'm doing. It's not specifically relationship focused, but I think it could be really fun for you, and it's a way for you to get started now, you know.
I would also inform her why you think that's a good place for her to start and what it'll do for her, because people have a really hard time connecting the dots for what your offers will do, and yours being the collective yours.
Yeah.
So if you can make it clear of, you know, this helps your relationships in this way, and then she can see, okay, this is how I'm actually getting progress on what I want, and maybe if there are any side things that also can be affected, that's a little bonus for her, because she's so focused on I need a man that unless it's like program I need a man, she's not gonna notice what's going on.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and
show her.
And she's still doing coaching with my friend, and I don't want to. I mean, I don't even know what they're coaching on. I just said something about, I don't know what you're coaching on. If you want to share it, that's fine. And she didn't. So,
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to poach from a friend. On the other hand, honestly, I don't know that she needs relationship coaching. I think it's probably, maybe this is the clarity. I think it's probably better that she finishes her work with Star. And then if she still needs some help, because her problems are internal,
I would reach back out and tell her exactly what you think she needs, because people likely aren't. And that will be something that sets you apart, because as soon as you said, well, I don't think she actually needs the 3 sessions, that's just what I gave her because I thought she would be most comfortable with it. That to me was a like, nope, this whole thing just went off the track, because your job, especially as a manifestor, is to tell her what she needs and get her back into realignment. And better potentially than others what is going to actually serve her, and what she's doing is not serving her, and continuing to allow her to do that path is not going to. And there's a fine line of like helping her see that. But you can explain, hey, I've been thinking about it, and I don't think relationship coaching is what you need the most right now. What I would recommend is you continue with Star and do these things, and then after that, focus on your healing journey in this way, and this is how it creates what you want, and then just leave it.
Yeah, because the other thing is, she was just so focused on where can I find a man, and I just kept hearing tell her at church, and I told her, I just feel like you're going to meet someone at church and don't worry about it. And she's like, I'm not going to church. I was going to this church and it didn't suit me in these ways. Basically, there weren't enough men. And it was like, all those ladies have friends. And you just said most of them were lesbians, so I assure you they're not interested in their straight male friends, and they will be happy to introduce you. So I honestly think also maybe once I gave her that information, she's gone back and thought, I just need to wait till I can go to church again, and I'm going to find the man of my dreams. Like, well, maybe you will, maybe you won't. But, at church didn't mean this year necessarily.
Didn't mean this decade.
I know. Maybe when you're 85 and in the seniors group, how the hell do I know?
Yeah, there's a lot of open space there, and it's going to depend on what healing she does beforehand.
I know. Yeah. Like if I had not done a lot of healing work before I met my husband, I don't know that I would have gone out with him long enough to marry him, because I just needed to really do some healing to appreciate him, honestly. Also date a few real, founders to know the difference between good and evil. But that's another story. Anyway, I felt really good about that. I started to do some outreach in other groups, just commenting, and looked at a few new groups, and had one person who I think is trying to sell me her coaching eventually reach out about, although it was a masterful reach out. She just did a short message in Messenger and talked about my post specifically. And I looked at your profile and thought this was fun. And I'm like, no, well, I looked at your profile. You seem fun enough. Maybe this, who knows, maybe we'll, offer a program together someday. Maybe it's just a thing. But anyway, it's just a little visibility. But one of the things I was thinking about too, especially with, the talk about being a manifestor and taking action, I've had these programs and these, little formula that you're supposed to, spend this long in the group, just, sort of commenting and introducing yourself, and then just do post, vaguely about what you do, and then you can hit them with the program. And I'm not sure that's always necessary. I mean, there are people I've noticed and who just seem to suddenly appear and have a strong message. And I was interested because they just really seemed to know what they were doing and were different. But I don't know, maybe I've been going about it wrong. Maybe I should have just come in and said, into the woods, bitches, we're going next week, which is pretty much what it has to be at this point. We are going next week.
I've never done any of that formula that has been provided for you guys in my face, because I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, why would you? I am okay with introducing yourself before you start talking, because that's just polite. In my group, I get a little peevy when people start talking and they haven't super introduced themselves, but also I'm like, I feel like we're all hanging out like in a living room and like somebody just strolled in and you're just doing random things. But introduce yourself and then just deliver. I don't use other people's groups anymore, but when I did, it was like, some of them I would introduce myself in, and some of them I would just pop in and be like, hey, I'm running a free challenge in 2 weeks. Come on in.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of ambivalence about using other people's groups, but it's just kind of like, if I want to, I have actually also on my own page, I've started making a lot of my posts public, and I told myself I was doing it so other people could share the funny picture or whatever. And now I just feel like I need to be more public. And if it's something personal, I can restrict it. But for the most part, anything I put out is not personal, you know? So that's, but if I don't participate in groups right now, it's like, I don't know how else I'm going to find and meet people. I don't feel I'm at an advertising place. Maybe I should start using Instagram more. That seems to be working for some people, but just like, I don't know what else to do. But then I look at a lot of groups and there's not that much involvement or you know, engagement, or I don't know, they just don't fit somehow. And I'm not sure if that's why I haven't done a better job of promoting, or it's just the old, it didn't really even seem real till I looked at the calendar yesterday and went, oh shit, next week. I've told people next week, I have people in my group thinking it's next week, I have to do something, you know.
I think I would start just by, on days or whatever, depending on the groups that you have been in that allow advertising, talk about the challenge and start, you know, mentioning it. You can start talking about fairy tales in there and get them interested. You can ask some of the same questions you've been asking about, like, what's your favorite fairy tale, and just get people commenting. If there are groups where you particularly like the audience, you could, you know, message the host and see if they would be okay with you doing a live in there about fairy tales in your inner journey, and then you can invite people into the challenge. Not a ton of time to do that, but it could happen. You're a manifestor, you could make it happen very quickly.
Yeah, but this has happened to me in the past with challenges too, where, you know, I'll plan it out 3 weeks in advance, so I have time to, you know, do this checklist of things that I should do before the challenge starts. And then I ended up doing them all in like the last 10 or so days anyway, because again, it just seems so far off and pointless, wasted effort to do it before then, which, okay, I know it's not, but if I have a far off deadline, I'm not going to do anything anyway, you know? And I could beat myself up for that, and I have in the past, and maybe I just need to embrace that that is just how I work.
It might just be how you work, which is okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's one of the shifts I've been looking at too. Do I, you know, need to stop obsessing about I should do everything, you know, in this neat little checklist, or just be like, I have 10 days, I have to do all the things at once. It's fine.
There's no neat checklist for a manifestor. It's, you do what you feel inspired to do. If you feel inspired to talk about fairy tales in other people's groups, do it. If you feel inspired to do a live on your page and ask people to share it, do it. If you feel inspired to, you know, do a live in somebody else's group, do it. Like, just as long as you have the consent and the appropriate, you know, boundaries around it.
Yeah, and also perhaps I ought to stop. I need to realize that not everyone in all the groups is like me and been, you know, dodging in and out of groups for a few years now and trying group promotion and totally jaded about a lot of the stuff that goes on. For a lot of people, it is still new and exciting. So
Yeah, a lot of people love groups.
I don't hate them. It's just, I think because it's been the way I've been taught to work, and like I said, pretty much all I know how to do, it's just, it's too worky. It's too much like I have to do, this is a thing I have to do so I can get to the fun part, which is talking to people in my own group or doing client sessions.
Do the fun part.
Yeah, it's a
It
time
sounds too
part.
structured. I'm a structure person, and it feels like it's way too structured for you, like with the checklist and stuff. You need more spaciousness and more fun.
Yeah.
Can you also focus some more on your own group and then invite people in? Because if you're engaging them and then say like, hey, we're doing this thing, invite your friends. Who do you know that needs to go through this inner journey? Who would you like to support you on this inner journey, and have them invite their people, and then you don't need to be doing the work.
Oh, that would be great.
The fun
Well,
part.
one of, actually it's my sister who's in the group, you know, she asked, you know, hey, I would love to share this with some of my, you know, artsy friends in Seattle. I think they'd really like it. Can I invite them? And I was like, you can totally invite them. And so we've invited them. None of them have come in, but I thought that was very nice of her to, you know, do the legwork. And yeah, I like that. If you have a friend or two that you think would like to do this, you know, go ahead and send them an invitation, send them a link.
And as long as you're giving them more interaction, they're going to be more and more inclined to do that naturally anyway. Yeah. And you're doing what you love. And as Megan is saying, like, there's a lot of, if you just talk about what you want to talk about in other places, the right people will find the group anyway. I don't know if you see your posts there. I don't want to.
Yeah, I can't, I'm not really good about, you know, trying to read other people's stuff, but it looks like there's some good stuff there, and I will read it. Okay. But yeah, a girl resonated with it. Yeah. I guess I forget that it can be, because it's been so time cardy, it's like, where is the magic? Well, it's not over there by the time clock, you know.
What if you focused on it being about connection? And so like maybe there's the intention of, let's see, your specific manifestor, I believe. So it's like I'm going to connect.
General.
Oh, you're general? Okay. Then I'm going to connect with, you know, 1 to 3 new people, you know, today by showing up in groups. And you can decide that day, like, do I want to deliver like in a little bit of education? Do I just want to talk about fairy tales? Do I just want to comment on other people's stuff? Do I want to do a live somewhere? And see how you best connect with people and let the magic unfold by itself simply from the intention rather than trying to make something happen.
Yeah, because I thought a little bit when someone else was talking about pushing their date back. Like, I've got 8 people in the group, which is all from one post on my personal page. And it was basically into the woods, bitches, we ride at the new moon.
That kind of sass and energy feels more potent to me than some of the other messages I've seen from you. Like, I wonder if it would benefit for you to like really sit in that excitement for a little while before going into the other groups. I'm not trying to project onto you. I just don't know if I 100% feel your enthusiasm right now, and I want to more. So maybe there's some clearing.
Well, I actually did one of the, God, now I've forgotten which one of the month 1 clearings yesterday. And then I also did Soul of the Business, both of which were interesting. But yeah, it's like the enthusiasm starts to suck out when I start trying to plan it. And I've got like 3 posts sitting at the bottom of my toolbar there that I had partially done for a while now. because I keep over analyzing, you know, what do I need to say and what would be good to say. And I decided this morning I'm just going to start using my dictation program again, because I think when I'm just talking about it, like you said, there's a lot more energy and sass that comes out than when I sit down and try to plan it, which is weird because, you know, I've thought of myself as primarily a writer for years. And for this, apparently I need to be a talker.
Interesting.
So
That's cool. I mean, I know when I write versus when I talk, I sound different and I feel different. And I prefer writing a lot, but people tell me that they digest the information better from me when I'm talking. And I don't know if that helps you at all, but
no,
yeah.
it helps. And I have no objection to doing lives. So many people have rules about that. I know that when I see videos from other people, a lot of times I won't listen to them because it just feels like it's going to somehow take too much of my time. And it's like, give it to me in writing and I will read briefly and move on. So.
Me too. I would rather read really fast and then move on with my life. Whereas sometimes it feels like watching a video takes up a lot of my time and energy. But people like when I make the videos, I guess.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not like, and you can do your video and then, you know, make a post from it so you get the best of both worlds. I mean, I know that, but I'm just saying I've left everything till the last minute again, and I'm not, yes, I could put it off, or I could just do this one. I'd like to have at least 20 people in it. I still have time to get 12 more people. I don't think that's a huge number. I'll take more, but I'd like to have at least 20 people. And if it happened that I didn't have more than the 8 that are in the group, that's fine. I'd still run it for them and for the experience because, you know, I said I was going to do it at a certain time, and so I want to do it then.
Could you reach back out to the people who have done previous challenges with you and just kind of like, hey, I know you enjoyed this challenge I did in the past. I'm opening up a new group. We're starting with this challenge. This is what it does for you. If you'd like to join, we are starting on this day. Here's how you participate.
I haven't, and I certainly could. And as soon as you started saying that, I'm like, oh, but a lot of them didn't buy anything. Or it's like, well, maybe I didn't have anything that they wanted to buy, or it wasn't the right time. And the ones that
there's a lot different now.
Well, and it's like there's also some that I just really wouldn't want in the group. So it's like, so don't tell them. Problem solved.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I could definitely do that. And that actually feels a lot better. And just acknowledge, hey, I haven't talked to you for a while, wondered how things were going. And like you said, you like this challenge, and I thought you might think this is fun and it'd be really helpful for you now. Well, because I hate it when someone I haven't talked to in, you know, I had this happen recently, someone I hadn't talked to or heard from in like a year and a half since they sent me a birthday message. And that was the first time I'd ever heard from them. Sent me a message and it was like, hi, just thinking about you, sell my MLM crap. And I was just really offended, you know.
That's also different than, you know, I know you did my challenge in the past and you really liked it. Here's a new one that I think you're gonna like. I mean, that's
true, because it's a free challenge, and I will be giving away. Well, I've always tried to give away some sort of prize in the past. Like if you participate every day, I'm going to do a drawing for a free session or something. People like that. I like free stuff, you know. So I would be willing, you know, I'd do that, but yeah, I don't want people to think they have to buy something, but I would like it if people did.
I mean, you want the people who are aligned to come in and buy it, but we don't want to prejudge who is going to be a buyer and who is not, and just exclude people because they haven't bought in the past.
Well, exactly, because I mean, I had been in your group paying attention off and on for, I'm not even sure how long.
Since the
And
beginning.
then what?
Since the beginning. I looked and noticed, and I was like, holy shit, she was here since like the first challenge I've done.
Yeah, and I bought a couple smaller ticket items from you. I'm not sure I completed either of them. And then I bought this. So you just don't know.
Sometimes people take longer periods of time. Sometimes they need a specific thing. Sometimes they need to hear it in a particular way. So to me, I wouldn't exclude someone just because they haven't bought in the past. I'm certain that everybody here has had opportunity to buy from me in the past and has ixnayed something or another and then decided this was the program for them.
Yeah.
Or just something.
Yeah. So yeah, I will definitely do a reach out. A few a day. If you do too many, Facebook doesn't let you send messages to anybody anymore. Or that's what they were doing anyway.
I do not know.
I think it was 25. If you did more than 25 in a day, they would cut you off for a couple days. Okay. And I'm not doing 25 in a day because I don't want to. It's too much.
So tag them, or your message 10. Sorry, I was reading what Alexis said and then speaking at the same time. So Alexis said she meant to come into spellbinding sales literally for 2 years. And the reason why she came in was because I randomly decided I was tagging people in an early bird post. And I checked with my pendulum because I was like, Alexis, have we even spoken before? And it was Alexis. And we had never had a conversation. I knew who her signifier was. I knew who she was supposed to be. But she just needed that little nudge.
Yeah, you tagged me in one of those too, and it just kind of freaked me out. It was like, she sees me. Oh my God.
Again, I knew all of you were supposed to be here, and sometimes people need nudges, and sometimes people don't respond well, but there is that, if somebody is in your sphere and they do need it, even if they aren't buying, how can we remind them what they need? And maybe they need to go through, several things before they are ready, but it's all like getting them onto the pathway. And if we don't bring them in, they can't ever get into the path.
Yeah. Okay. And then just getting to, so I will do that. And then with the offer, because, you need to have, what are you going to sell? And I kept saying, oh, I'll worry about that later when we get closer. And it's like, well, now we're close and I should know. I just keep coming back to, I feel like I should do something groupy, but at the same time, I don't know what that would be yet. So maybe that's with the next one, like with June or July. But right now, I just keep thinking just like a 3-session, where have you been? What's the past stuff we need to heal? Where do you want to go? Yeah. Oh, it's where are you now? Heal something from the past, set up a plan for the future, which puts them in a really good position to buy a longer program if they want it. Mm-hmm. But it would just have to be for one pretty specific thing if it's a 3-session package. And then I'm like, am I cutting myself short? Should I come up with a group thing since I'm supposed to be doing group energy sorts of things? And then I just want to curl into a fetal position and not think about it again.
Just start with the 3-session, make it easy. And it's that way, whatever the thing is that has come up in this journey to focus on, that is going to be what they heal in the 3 sessions. We are healing that from your past lives and your current life. And that way you are able to go on into deeper healing, because healing is an ever long journey. I like the idea of June, July being a group, because that gives you more than a week to try to plan it rather than just trying to toss it together. I want you to have more inspiration than like, oh crap, I should make a group.
Yeah, this would be a paid group. So
yes.
So I just need to have more of an idea about what people would be paying for.
Which if you take them through the challenge, you'll know what they need, what they've been responding to. You can see where they need more growth. And you'll have that feedback to create the group from.
Because I already know, because I do this, it's like there are phases. There's the Into the Woods program, which is, a little more superficial. And then we have Into the Cave, and just, yeah, the into the cave is for like October or something. But, when people have done more work.
Mm-hmm.
That I have to remember to do the work now. Like I noticed, I went back to my Google Drive and there had been like this, 3-tier thing, and maybe all of it just didn't transfer, but the only thing I have in my drive right now is what is your core client and what do they need? And I'm thinking, I'm not even sure I know what they need at the surface. And the rest of it wasn't there. And I'm like, did she take the rest of it away because she knows I will panic and obsess about not knowing what they need, and that at a deeper level, and I should just focus on the first thing?
Well, the first thing should be groundwork, so I'll have Ardelia check that.
Well, yeah, it was groundwork.
Okay.
Or I don't even remember if that's what was on there.
I'll have Ardelia check regardless.
Yeah, because I went back and looked at what I had written about, the core client or something. Anyway, yeah, I went back and read some stuff I probably should have read again a month ago to work from, but at least I did it now. And then I did the core business thing. And this, again, I get obsessed about doing it right, but the images just kept shifting from like, I started on a beach, and I know which beach it is, one of the beaches from Hawaii. And it's like, so is my business a sea cave? It's a cave. It's like, no, then I see woods. And then there's this very specific little cottage with a spinning wheel, and it's cottagey. And then it keeps, it's the message I got was that I can see the cave. The clients can't see it yet because they're not ready, because the cottage is in the cave, but at the same time in the forest. And then when I left, I didn't have a spinning wheel anymore. I had a harp.
Okay, so we know the cave is coming. They don't need to know about it yet. They can figure out, is this are these 3 sessions what they need before Into the Woods, the program? What do they need to shift before they can be ready for that program and ready for that healing? That's what the session is. Then they can come into the program afterwards, and things may still shift. For me, it used to be I had, when I went to the Soul of My Business, just the house, and now it's like every big program has its own house that you get to from the big house, and each cohort has its own. So like Shelby can probably remember better than I can because they all blend together, but y'all's was, one was a beach and one was a mountain. The fall was a mountain house, like a ski house, and then the other one was more beachy. And it's like it does what it wants to, and it's depending on the energy.
Yeah, it's like in some other quantum work we did, and I don't even remember which piece it was now, but it's like I was initially in the house, but then if you go into the back room of the house, then there's a door that opens up, and it's like, oh, giant initiatory shamanic cave. How interesting. Right on the back of my cute little cottage,
Yeah, to me, they all show up differently, and it changes periodically. Yeah, Shelby, Hot Springs was the quantum selling experience. And yeah, I think Cabana was in the beach one. So
it's okay if it keeps shifting around. And I think part of that too might be that I'm still in such early stages that it hasn't taken final form.
It also may shift as people get closer, depending on who those people are. Because for me, the amount of people who show up, I was talking to somebody about this last night actually, the amount of people who show up for things when I'm like asking specifically to look at like, okay, I'm opening up the doors to this, it'll fluctuate until the end depending on who is more present, who has more energy, and then who has actually come in, because certain people just take up more space and some people need more attention and need more energetic support, and I can't support the same amount of people if they're present. And
that makes sense.
What's aligned is aligned. I'm okay with it. You can set your own boundaries, but I would just see what it's showing you and what does that mean about the people who are coming in? What do they need?
Yeah. Okay. And I was about to say, I don't know that I need to do that much focus because it's just a challenge. It's like, well, maybe you do. So I keep forgetting that I'm a witch and I should just work that way, which may sound silly, but you know.
It's not silly at all, because I feel like it took me years before I was like, oh, I do this in everywhere else in my life. Why wouldn't I be using energy work in my business?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, I like the doing personal invitations and also giving the people in the group permission to invite someone. And I was just thinking, I could do a point system where, that would be too complicated. I was about to say I could do a point system where if you invite someone and they come in, then you get like an extra name in the drawing. But
it's up to you. If it feels good, it feels good. If not, keep it simple.
Yeah, no, it came in, and then sitting with it is just kind of like, I don't know, maybe that's squicky for me. Yeah, it does make it like a game, but then I don't want it to be real pressury. But then maybe other people wouldn't feel that's pressure. I don't know.
Keep it simple this time, and you can experiment with the next challenge.
Yeah, whatever it may be, and maybe the beginning of August. I don't know. I can't worry. I cannot worry about that right now.
No. So right now is getting clear on the sessions that people need before they come into the Woods, so that you feel secure about that. Giving people who are already in the invitation, doing a come into the Woods bitches again on your page and anywhere else that feels good, since that is what brought people in, and direct messaging the people who have done previous challenges just to give them the awareness and the invitation of, hey, if you want more, here's more.
Cool. That is all handleable, and I can do that over the weekend because people do attend to their messages over the weekend.
Yeah. And nothing changes over the weekend for most of us now. We're not going anywhere.
I know.
Like, what's gonna change?
God, it's like my hairstylist called me and she's like, yeah, we're opening again, and if you're not doing anything Memorial Day, I could, touch up your roots. And I'm like, what would I be doing? Where would I go?
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. You could go to the grocery store.
Yeah, well, if you saw my freezers, I didn't need to do that for a while. But yeah, it's just, so I will be apparently outside getting my hair cut and possibly even touching up. They've apparently got some sort of exterior area, and they called in a specialty, spray. It kills everything for 3 months. And I have to wear a mask the whole time. They can't blow dry because it blows prospective virus around too much.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting, and I feel kind of hypocritical about it, but I really want my roots touched up.
If it helps, I can't tell that your roots need touching up.
That's because I powder them. That's what they look like on their own.
I don't think I still would be able to tell.
Yeah, you would.
I would just assume it was lighter at the top.
Well, maybe, and my husband says the same thing, but he's blinded by love. So.
Well, while I am blinded by my appreciation and love of all of you, I will tell you honestly how you look when asked for it, because I will want the same. And I think it is just fine, but whatever the fuck makes you feel good.
Yeah, I'm basically willing to risk my life to get my roots touched up, but not my nails. I've drawn a line.
We all have our lines.
Yeah.
Mine have cocoa powder or cacao powder in them from snacking, so we're just not going to raise my hands up.
Yeah, well, anyway, thanks very much for the support and all the, the comments everyone's made, which I will now go back and try to make sense of.
Okay.
But no, I really appreciate the participation and the support.
You are welcome. Keep us posted. Give us an update on Monday.
I will keep you posted, and I will be noticed because I'm concentrating on, you know, just being fabulous, and you know.
Be your sassy self. I think the consensus here is we want more come in bitches. We want sassy Kathy, and we want to get the unfiltered version of you.
Well, you should be aware that I grew up in a newsroom, and you know, we can teach sailors a few things.
That is okay. That the spiritual community needs more of that. Less just maxi dresses on the beach and more of bitches, let's get in line. So.
Yes, more of we ride at dawn.
So let us ride, as opposed to, I don't know, let's tiptoe through the spiral of gorgeous flowers laid out on the beach. Which all has its time and place. But
yeah. The no, my people are more, let's build a giant bonfire and, you know, dance naked around it, and then, you know, jump into the river.
Which there's not necessarily a ton of people taking that approach in these spiritual Facebook communities, at least.
Well, no. See, that's the New Age community. I have spent more of my time before I tried to have a business. I was spending more of my time in the pagan community. So
I think people will still resonate with having something that is not the same exact thing they've been presented with over and over again.
Well, I certainly hope so.
I would strongly suspect so, because often I get messages even from long-term clients of, I saw this person's post and it is the same thing that everybody else is saying, and thank you for, you know, not saying the same thing that they are saying. And to me, it's usually something that I didn't think it was just me ranting about something and not that important or powerful, but simply saying something differently or bringing awareness to something in a way that people haven't seen it can be exactly what they need. And Sassy Kathy can do that for us.
Yes, I can.
We're ready. We're waiting.
Okay, thanks. Yay. Us.
Yes. Okay, so check back in on Monday, and we will see how we can support you. Okay, yay. And I assume you are complete?
Yes. In fact, I'm starting to feel a little drained, so it's like I'm complete. I need to have. Yeah, I need protein.
Snack and kitty cuddles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know where she is now.
Oh, she was just there.
Yeah, I just can't see her. She started sitting in front of the desk. I don't know why.
They do what they want to do. That's cats.
Yeah.
Okay, fabulous. Deborah, would you like to go now? Do you want support, or would you like to wait till later?
No, I can go now, and I'll show my face.
Yay. Okay.
I'm back at the botany pond. Wins. I feel like this past month has been a blur, but I do think, like, generally a win has been just feeling more aligned. Like, when issues come up, I feel like the universe is like, okay, here's this resource and here's this resource. So I almost feel resourced out, but I feel like I'm also like addressing things in my personal life all at the same time, which is cool. But also a little draining, I think, too. Like, it's been a couple of months of us sheltering in place. And I mean, I work from home, but I just feel like I've hit kind of an energetic wall of being around people. Oops, bye, Pam. And I think it's good because, and this might be shift too. I think because there've been more people online now, I feel less isolated. But now I'm just like, wow, everyone's online now. And I kind of had my fill, and now I need to revert back into whatever is going to be normal for me now. So, yeah, that's been interesting I think I hit that wall this week. I was just like, all right, there's so many things going on and I don't have to do them all. So, I think for me, for support right now, I mean, I wrote about this in group is mainly, I think this is a good thing, but I just need to kind of embrace the suck of it. So I have one client I've had since August, and it's been kind of intermittent work, but I think there's been a bunch of hurry up and wait, and now it's like just hurry up till the end of the fiscal year. The fiscal year ends, I think, August 31st or somewhere in September. And the writing I'm doing right now is not writing. I mean, it's writing I used to like doing, like where I was doing a lot of technical, scientific breakthrough writing. But I've just realized, like, and I talked about this in group, that I think the client and their client aren't the right energetic fit. They're just a little incommunicative and unclear, and I have to ask a lot of questions to get answers, which I'm glad I like asking questions. But I think right now it's just like I feel a little overwhelmed with that because it takes so much brain power that, like, doing this stuff where it's like, okay, I want to bring in new clients, like I don't really feel like I have energy for that. So like my Instagram is where it is. I'm like, yeah, I have 3 posts, but like for me to do marketing for myself, and this is why people hire marketers, is like that takes a lot of brain power and energy to do that. Mindfully, I could shit post, but I don't really want to do that. So, so right now I just feel like I'm in this transitional liminal space where I have deadlines, like the 25th and the 1st. And I feel like after the 1st, like getting these initial drafts for these long reports, I'll feel like I have more energetic space to do stuff for my business. But I think there's a little bit of guilt of like not being able to multitask. I'm like, yeah, I could divide up my day better, but I feel like I need to get over this hump with these projects, and then I feel like I can devote my time better. I'm not really feeling 100% certain about that decision. I just don't like feeling overwhelmed, but I think it's also just a backlog of dealing with the crap here last month, and I had so much more time and space, but then that basically got railroaded. And I think also just, we're dealing with this pandemic, and I can't soldier through that energy. Like, it's there. I've probably done a lot more self-care than normal, which is great, but like it's still like there. I can't just be like, hey, everything's normal and great. It's not. So I feel like I've wasted time, but it's not that I did that on purpose. It's just there was just other stuff that came up that kind of sucked me dry. So now, like, I guess coming back to surface, and I'm just like, great. Now, like, it feels procrastinatory, but I know it's not like these are not normal circumstances. But in my head, I'm just like, you could have had a lot more done. I'm like, yeah, I just wasn't there. Like, I just could not do that. So it just feels really awkward right now because I'm like, I want to replace this client. So that's, I think, also part of the motivation is like, I need to replace with that. I think one of the beliefs I have is I can't just find a client tomorrow to replace them. I mean, why couldn't I? That's I don't know. But so in my head, I'm like, that's going to take time, but it's going to take time to deal with this project. So it's just like, I feel like there's a tyranny of the urgent right now. And I'm definitely not giving myself enough grace because I'm just like, well, I live by deadline. So yeah, so that's where I'm at right now. It's feeling kind of squished by time, by other people's stuff. I mean, at least from last month, I would say this is when I feel like my space is a lot more stable. I think some of you have seen the rainbows that come through, and there's some here right now from the crystal balls on my windows. That's been great, but now just like, I don't feel like I have enough time, or I have enough time. It's just going to be, a lot of it's going to be spent on these reports, which I'd rather be doing other things. So yeah, so that's me.
Okay, that's a lot.
It is a lot. It's usually a lot.
So first, actually, no, I'm going to back it up even further than what I was going to say. First, you are a generator, which does not mean that you consistently can barge forward. You still need your pauses and breaks. You're not supposed to just go, 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 go. You are not, there is no, trying to decide how your energy wants to receive this.
I'll tell you if it's weird.
While you may be conditioned to work nonstop until something gets done, that is not how your energy actually flows.
Yeah.
Taking breaks is okay. Having phases and cycles where you are less productive than what you define as your usual is okay. That can be a time when you're supposed to look and see, you know, do I need more self-care? What do I need to get more into alignment? What do I need to integrate? Could also be that is the stuff integrating, and that gives you the time and the energy to allow it to integrate. Where if you're just barging forward, all of these changes that are happening can't actually settle in you.
Right.
So there's that grace first. Also, it's a fucking pandemic.
I'm just pretending like it's not. I mean, not pretending. I think from my own background of a lot of my life has been in crisis and dealing with that. I think I've dealt with that. I've been really resilient, but like this time it's like, it's not my shit. It's like everyone's shit. And I'm not necessarily, I can't like go out like in, well, not literally go out, but like find some spiritual mountain to like levitate and transcend all of this. Like I'm a part of it too. I've had a family friend pass away from this. So, I mean, it's here and I'm a part of it. So, and I can't just put blinders on and be like, okay, we've got work to do. But I think one thing with that client, I think they kind of are acting like business as usual, even though like if I talk to some of the subject matter experts, it's not like they're dealing with childcare issues and just being at home all the time and stuff. But like my client and their client aren't acting that way. So I think that's also feeding into the like, well, this is what they're expecting, but I'm like, I know what I expect of myself. And I'm like, this is just, normally this wouldn't be as big of a deal, but like, as much as I'm like taking care of myself, doing tons of energy work and all that, like even that causes shifts and takes time to integrate, which I think I got a message of like, you might want to slow down on that because then there are all these ripple effects you're gonna have to deal with. So that's something I've done, especially this week. I'm not like just pummeling myself with like energy work and stuff. So yeah, it is a fucking pandemic, and I do wish that my client was like a little bit more compassionate about that, but like I think they're systemically messed up, which is again why I want to fire them as soon as I can. And it might happen sooner. Like the timelines I've given for this, we're thinking more like if people were in the office, and now that people are not, like I'm actually getting through things more quickly in terms of hearing from people. So just want to make sure, like, once I'm done, like, I need to disengage from them completely. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you could check back in and say, here are the timelines that we had originally talked about. In order for this to happen, I need these things by this date. You can tell me if that's feasible with the pandemic happening and, everybody working from home and childcare stuff. And if not, let's update this timeline so we both have an idea what's going on. And then they'll at least have the reminder, hey, bitches, this is a pandemic. They'll also be able to tell you if they can actually get you what you need, because it is not your fault if you don't make a deadline because they can't provide what they're supposed to provide.
Oh, yeah. Like, actually, what I'm saying is the deadlines the timeline is way longer. Like, actually, it could be shorter. Like, this first deadline, like, I'm just going to have to, I think, eat that, because that had nothing to do with them. So what I'm saying is, like, I could fire them sooner than later, because the timelines I have they have a lot more time baked into them for the client to get back to us, and they've been pretty speedy. So basically in my head, it's like, once I'm done with that whole thing in terms of like production, I will cut ties.
So then the big question would be, are they taking up space that is preventing you from receiving other clients?
I think so, because the pay isn't that great. Like, it's hourly, and I mean, the way they tried to spin it at the time, it was fine. It was like, okay, like, it's hourly, but like, whatever you're doing, like researching, emailing, everything is something that you can bill for. But it's just, I do feel like it's taking up a ton of space. And even just to get new clients, let alone just have them, like, I can't be in that space of like, okay, I'm doing all this like really intense work. And then it's like, okay, let's have an Instagram post. My brain is like, we are done. You spent all your writing time on your client. I don't have any left for you. Okay. So that's the rub for me right now, because I'm just like, I want to get rid of them, but I also need to be thinking about who's going to be coming in at the same time, and juggling that is really tough right now. And again, it's for a number of reasons. I don't think normally I would feel like this, but right now I'm just like, the feeling of being stuck really sucks, and I don't want it to cause self-sabotage where I'm just like, I don't want to do anything. So like, rising to the challenge of like, okay, you have to do this stuff, and maybe you do need to put marketing on the back burner. I don't know if there's just like I feel like the Temperance card right now. I'm just like, I'm trying to like mix it, or Two of Pentacles. Like, I'm just trying to balance. I don't feel like I'm balancing well right now.
Okay. How would it feel, assuming you still want to make the 25th deadline, how would it feel if you took Monday as like your business day? You're only working on your business. You write an Instagram post, maybe 2. You can pre-schedule them. You can sit with the energy of your business, see what your business needs. And then Tuesday through Friday, you spend cranking out this thing. Saturday, Sunday, you rest because you're going to need it. And then you've closed out a big chunk of this and created some more energy that then you can pull from to pull back into your business.
I think that feels better. I just couldn't feel like I could chunk that time, because I'm good at chunking time, but it just felt like this deadline is like creeping up. And there's stuff that I actually need to do today just to make sure that I'm on the right track. So that's some stuff that I'm going to do after this call. Mm-hmm. Basically create an outline, and that will help with the report, and like just get like a thumbs up from the client on that. But yeah, like, I think because it does need devotion. I just fear that if I like spend 2 weeks on just production, that's not fair to my business, and then it will be like trying to catch up and like, oh, now I'm going to do all this stuff on my business, which I'm used to doing like focusing on one thing and just drilling down and then pivoting, but I don't think I can do that anymore.
I mean, I
that
think
it makes sense.
I think closing up some of this energy will feel better for your business. In my head, it kind of feels like you're not at the lesson yet, but we talk about energetic drains. And so like one of the things that I have to do periodically is go through and like literally everybody who I've had a sales conversation or anything that can feel like that, or I've pulled a signifier for, I have to clear their energy out of my business every couple of months, or they're just a drain. And then I don't have enough to actually receive clients because there's all these cords coming out.
Right.
Right now, that project is that drain. And if we close it up, put a little into your business first, close it up, and then you have more space for your business, and then you have another week, so you could repeat the same cycle and have that day for your business, do the second part, and then the whole thing is closed off and done, and you can have a few days to recoup and reintegrate that energy.
Yeah.
I do want to give you homework for one of those Mondays, though.
Okay.
So do you have your own content strategy, like calendar or whatever you typically use with clients for your own Instagram?
No, I haven't. And that was part of, I think I've just been hesitant with that because I'm just like, am I really clear on who I'm talking to? So for me, it's like, if I'm not clear, I'm not going to say anything. And that's stuff that I've been working on with Spellbinding Sales Homework, but then it's like, do I really know them? And then it's like, okay, I'm doing surveys. And so I feel like I've been like pulling back and trying to figure out who I'm actually talking to, who I want to work with. But then that's where I get like caught up with, but I need to do this project stuff, and like finding out who my client is. It feels like it takes time and like devoted, focused time that I don't have right now. So, no.
Okay. So each Monday, I want you to write one post, spend a little time digging into your client info, like your client research. And one of the Mondays, sorry, I'm writing this so I don't forget it. I don't know how often you want to post, so I don't necessarily like want to give you a super timeline, but like maybe it's like a 5-post content calendar, just so you can kind of like get a little rhythm and you're a little bit spaced out and you have it. Or you could pick once a week, 3 times a week, as Kelly said, whatever. But I would want you to have at least, let's say, a week, 2 weeks planned, and then it can shift. If it doesn't feel right after you've started doing it, by Alexis, if it doesn't feel right after you've started doing it, it can shift and we can pivot it a little bit, but you'll have some information on how it feels as you do it. And I think you are going to feel more solid having that background instead of feeling like the, what is the phrase? The cobblers, the kids who never have shoes.
Yeah, who have no shoes. That's exactly how I'm feeling.
Yeah, I understand. That's how I felt the whole time I had my agency, because it's like you're spending so much time on everybody else's marketing that yours gets neglected. And that is the one thing I wish I could have changed about having an agency. And I think we can stop this in the bud for you now and give yourself, even if it's a mini strategy, so that you feel really anchored in. And it also may help, people feel anchored into receiving because you have that pathway already created.
Okay.
Does that feel doable?
It does. Maybe not right now because I'm thinking about that project, but I think Monday it will feel doable because I'll be just focused on that.
Yes. So Monday is your day. You can write an Instagram post. You can look at your client research, start a content calendar. If you want to do, you may be already doing too much, but if you want to do meditation or quantum work or tap into the soul of your business, you can. But maybe just ask yourself the question of like, how can I nurture my business today, and how does it want to be supported today? And that's your Monday. You don't work on the other stuff. I don't want you to check emails from them on Monday. I don't want you to do anything. If you feel like you absolutely have to, you can check their emails at the end of whatever you have designated as your business time.
Okay.
But then you can go into their stuff Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
Okay. Does that feel better?
Yeah. I mean, yes. I think it's just bracing myself because it's just,
It's a lot.
yeah, it's a lot. But I just feel like at this point it was unavoidable. So just, again, I think I have to really focus on self-compassion and grace right now. So trying to
Exactly
pick
the same.
myself up because
I
that's
had
not
to,
gonna.
oh, sorry. I had to turn down my first client ever because she was a pandemic conspiracy theorist. And it felt really good after. I was panicking for a half second, but then later I felt really good. So I support you and I believe in you, and it might be a little scary before you do it, but you know what you want to need to do, and I'm excited for when you get to the point where you can do it.
Thank you. I think what's also annoying is that I've been at this place like 3 years ago, but it was more like, it wasn't about like focusing on my business. It was just like doing client work I hated. And so that's when like scheduling my time was really helpful, and I was able to dig out of that. And so I think in my head, I'm like, you're at the place again where you're like waiting for like the night before. And I'm like, no, it's not that. It's just the feeling of overwhelm and feeling like there are so many competing priorities that I'm not paying any of them good attention because I'm just like frozen with like indecision. So and I think it's also a little bit of perfectionism because I'm just like, well, clients kind of prickly, like I can't really tell what they're thinking even though I've worked with them before, and so I will get back edits. I'm like, I don't even know why you're editing it this way. I think I have to kind of check that out to the universe and be like, my self-esteem can't be based on that stuff, especially because they're so capricious and I can't really gauge them. I just feel like I'm running a marathon. I like get a leg cramp at mile 2 and I'm like, no. So I think it's okay to pull over and focus on that and then get back in the race.
Yeah, I would close the project out, close the first half out, close the second half out, and then you can have a few days to recoup, close out their energy. It does not sound like it's aligned in any aspect, and
No.
I feel like it's gonna give me like PTSD triggers of like the clients that I tried to get rid of for so long. And for me, it was like I had to have the like, hey, I am closing down this business. Here are your options. They've tried like a year later, tried reconnecting and realized that it was not happening because I had deleted their phone number contact from it. They messaged me and I was like, yeah, I can answer your question. Who is this? And I answered the question and they never responded. I was like, yes, I am no longer working with you. Like, I no longer do this work.
Yeah, I mean, there's first draft, and then like that's like the worst part, and there'll be revisions and stuff, but that will be downhill. It's not going to take as much mental energy. It's just like getting that first draft. Those first drafts will be super important, and then
Outsource it to India.
I totally thought about that, but like I need to look at my contract because this is like federal stuff, and probably that might not be kosher. I think I have to be the one.
You might sign this NDA that I signed.
Right? No, like I've been here before. I can do it. It's just the energetic weather kind of is crappy. Doesn't mean I can't work in it. And I feel supported by you guys too. 3 years ago, it was just me really. Like, so I just have to remember like I'm supported and getting it out there. That shitty first draft is what's important. It's not, I mean, I'll do the best job that I can, but I'm not gonna like try to write the greatest report ever because I just don't have the energy for that either. So, right, Kelly, first draft is better than no draft, and that's what I'm trying to focus on now. So, yeah, I think this is just also, triggering of the past. So I just feel like, oh no, like, am I in the, like, same spot? Like, where, like, being avoided? And I'm like, no, it's just, there's so much that has been going on that has been out of my control. So at least this way I can garner some of that control back. So and then bring in new clients that don't make me feel like this.
Yes. So first
like that's the goal.
Just clearing out this client, and we can
put
our energy there so we get more energy back. I also want to make sure you are putting energy into supporting yourself and self-care during those days that you're working on this, because it is a lot. I keep smelling an oil and I can't think of what it is, but there's like a particular oil that popped in like as you started talking and it keeps coming back. I want to say bergamot, but it's not bergamot. Like it's...
Is it citrusy like that?
Kind of, but like kind of woodsy too. I almost thought it was like bergamot and cedarwood, but like I keep smelling it, so I don't know if you're supposed to diffuse oils next week. It's definitely not frankincense, because my frankincense, I know what that smells like. I use a very particular frankincense because of how it responds to me. So we know it's not frank, unless it was a blend. I don't know, but experiment with some oils while you work, because clearly there's one talking to you. Maybe it is, Megan said oil or orange.
I have a ton of oils that I work with. It's more like root work, and some of them it's like astrometric stuff, like oils that were distilled at certain times where plants were in certain signs. So I will experiment to see which one would fit, but none of them smell like that. Whatever you're smelling, they're not that fragrant.
I might go.
If it comes to you, let me know.
Yeah, I may go sniff on my oils once we're done. Find something that's similar. I have Amplify and Magnetize here. I don't think it's that, because that usually pops as like peppery and... No, it's not quite that. Because I feel like I get like pepper and jasmine. Oh, it does have bergamot though. It's the patchouli. Whatever. There's no patchouli in whatever I'm smelling.
Okay, I'm just gonna look over everyone's comments because I can't focus on more than one thing. Okay.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I'm gonna sniff oils once we're done. Cause I'm like, all the ones that are close to me are like calm and peaceful oils, and it's not that. It's like, I don't know.
Yes, I liked Make Suffice too, Kelly. I'm just starting from the beginning. Yes, I do feel like it's like background radiation. Thank you for the love, Shelby. Okay. Looking at the oil blend that you're talking about, Kelly. Okay. It's a lot of the doTERRA Motivate. Is that what you're saying?
doTERRA Motivate. I don't know that one.
Okay.
I won this one from Toby, and I typed out the things, but it has that kind of, it's definitely citrusy, but I smell a lot of the like vanilla and peppermint in there too.
Okay.
It could be something like coriander and ouzo.
I mean, this has, it is Motivate. Maybe you just would benefit from some Motivate.
I don't know. Usually when I get oils, I know what they are, so it's very perplexing.
Maybe it's a blend that you haven't had yet.
Maybe. Well, your homework will also be to look at oils, and I'm going to go sniff all of mine later besides the ones that I'm not allowed to sniff while I'm pregnant.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll see what we can come up with. If not, just play with
I have I mean, I have a ton, so I'll just play around and see what is here too. So
Okay. Keep us updated because I want to know what we come to the conclusion of.
mystery oil, yeah, for sure.
Yes, I don't like mysteries. It's a Scorpio thing. I need to know.
I know. Well, I have a Scorpio MC. I don't like him either. So I would like to get to the bottom of it. So.
Okay. Well, I will update if I come up with anything. I do
Okay.
have an Uzu somewhere, but it's like mine's with hemp oil, so it's not going to smell quite the same. I'll still sniff. It could be something like that. But anyway, you have your homework. Give us an update on Monday and tell us how that Monday went.
Okay.
And that way we can also make sure you feel supported before you move into the rest of the week finishing that draft.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do you feel complete?
I do.
Okay. Shelby, do you want support now, or would you like support next week? Bye, Megan.
Isn't the next mentorship call in 2 weeks?
Time, I don't know. Probably. There's a co-working... Hold on. There's a co-working call next Wednesday.
Okay. Yep, I won't be there for that.
And not then. And then the 26th, which is
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get mentorship then, but I did want to share this.
Yay!
Yeah. Here, let me get it.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Cool. I want a little.
What?
Have you taken pictures of it yet?
I have not taken pictures of it yet, with it yet. What did you say, Kristen?
I said I want a little one. I feel like I need more than just like the one that's super tall and hovering above me.
Yeah. So it's a 10-inch for the light, and then it does like get a lot bigger. But I'm sitting on the couch, and so like that's not height. But yeah, I'm really excited. It's got like a USB plug, and I can change like the brightness and the tone of the color.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited. So I guess we can plug it in.
Share the link in the group.
Let me turn that one off. Let me turn this on. Oh.
Ooh.
I don't know if it comes out real bright. And then there's like cool. Ooh. And then there's like really warm. And then just like kind of regular.
Yeah, yours has more options than mine does.
And it goes really low. Mm-hmm.
I smell this oil again. It's gonna drive me bonkers.
And it goes really bright. So yeah, I'm really excited about this. That's all I wanted to share today. And I wanted to kind of hold space and do some co-working, so I've done that. But yeah, I just wanted to share. It was fun.
It is fun. Share the link with us. It is fun.
I will. I bought it used from Amazon, so it was a little bit cheaper, but I'll share the link and then you guys can always look at the comparable things and whatnot. So it's
fabulous. Thank you.
You busy?
I don't know them.
Kathy? You busy? B-size? I don't know.
Above.
You're a bee. Guess what? So, and it's got a little clicker and like other stuff. But yeah, so I bought that and it finally came. And yeah, that's it. It's fun.
All right. Well, see you next mentorship call.
Yeah.
I know a couple of people said they wanted it. I don't know how, this is a really long call. I don't know how long it's going to take to convert. I will post it either tonight or tomorrow in the group. That's what I have. Let us know how y'all are doing. Go have some self-care, go eat some things, go have some protein and play with kitties and all the things. Have a lovely weekend. Bye. You're welcome, Kathy.